Yeah.
Good evening, Al. Nice to see you tonight. How are you?
Good evening again, and welcome to the May 28th, 2015 Reston Association Board of Directors meeting. I would like to welcome our audience and to thank you so much for coming out this evening. And hopefully everyone had a wonderful weekend. The weather was spectacular for Memorial Day. And I hope as you were enjoying your barbecue or your time with your family or your friends, we took a moment to thank the Americans who gave the ultimate sacrifice of their life so we could enjoy this freedom. Thank you. So, first on the agenda is the consent calendar. And hopefully everyone has had an opportunity to read the backup information. We can do this several ways. We can make one motion for all of the consent issues, or we can go individually and ask for a motion. So what is your pleasure, board?
All for one.
All for one.
I've
read them. I'm good.
All right.
Wait, we need a motion.
Yeah, you want to make the motion?
I move that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
I'll second that motion.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you very much. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will drop down to item C, executive session. As for session 5.3, K, of Reston Association's bylaws, and as further delineated in Board and Association Operations Resolution 1, the Board of Directors may convene in executive session to consider personnel matters, consult with legal counsel, discuss and consider contracts, potential, probable, or pending litigation, and matters involving violations of the Reston documents or rules and regulations adopted by the Board of Directors, or discuss and consider the personal liability of members. This evening, the Board will be going into executive session to discuss personnel matters related to the CEO's annual performance review process and her goals for 2015. I anticipate we will be in executive session for no more than 1 hour. I'd like to make a motion. I move to adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel matters related to the CEO's annual performance review process and her goals for 2015. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any discussion on this? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So we will go into executive, and we will go, Kate, into the...
We doing covenants conference room? Yep.
Okay. We're running a little ahead of schedule. Surprise, surprise, right? So, let's see. I'm going to change our agenda slightly. Next on our agenda would be, well, we're not changing that, would be DEFC management. Ms. Fox.
So we sent out the report on Friday with your board packet, so I hope you had a chance to take a look at what's in there. I wasn't going to go over it line by line, but I did want to highlight a couple of items. But before I do that, I did not say this in my report. I want to give extreme kudos to my staff for getting 15 pools ready and open for the public to use on Saturday. This took an extraordinary effort not only by our aquatics team, but also by our maintenance team and Parks and Rec staff and member services staff. All of those individuals work together to make sure the facilities are ready, whether that's getting a pool pass or whether that's making sure the landscaping looks great, getting pool chairs laid out, or filling and cleaning pools. They work very hard in doing this, especially since we had two of our aquatic staff who were out. Our typical maintenance staff had some had injuries or were out for different surgeries. So I commend them and thank them very much for all the efforts that they put into making Memorial Weekend happen. I'm excited about the Cedar Ridge Garden Plots, a project that we entered into in 2012 with Cornerstones to put garden plots there in partnership with Sustainable Reston to make sure that the residents in Cedar Ridge had an opportunity to grow their own food. Really, really neat program, because there are several people who live there who come from cultures who are used to growing certain foods. So it's been a fantastic program. One of the requests that came in the 2014-15 budget cycle for inclusion in the budget in 2013 was to expand those plots, not only for the residents of Cedar Ridge, but also because we have quite a large wait list for garden plots. We are able to open 26 new plots for rent or for lease, and they are already mapped and ready to go. Staff told me today, I got some pictures of that, so we'll be able to knock off that wait list and also provide more opportunity for those folks who live in Cedar Ridge to grow their own food again. So we're very excited about that capital project that was put into the budget for 2014-15. That's a great, great thing. Our camp programs will begin on the week of the 29th of June. I am extremely proud of our program staff because right now we have a wait list of 300. We have sold out our camp program. This is probably the first time in several years where we can really claim that large of a number. That gives you an idea that we have kids that need places to go, and we're definitely looking forward to adding to our capacity in future years. So that is exciting to us, and our team will be coming to this board during the budget cycle to let you know the new programs that they have planned so that we can accommodate that wait list of over 300 in future years. On June the 9th, our new Director of Communications and Community Engagement, Michael Leone, will be starting. I'm very excited to have him on board. I get to meet with him briefly tomorrow so that he gets the 2-week laundry list of to-do lists, so when he walks in on the 9th, he's ready to go. Some of the communications goals that I'm going to have him focus on in particular in the next couple of months, and you probably saw in the report that he has a long laundry list of goals for communications for the next 12 to 36 months. Of particular interest to me right now is to work with myself and the member services manager to put in place an online shopping experience that is more user-friendly and intuitive. Our existing program is not. So it's time to change that, and we'll be looking to do that with the 2016-17 budget cycle. I'm going to need his assistance as well as our IT team and member services team and Parks and Rec team to put the right programming in place to make the experience more pleasant as you go to buy programming or pay an assessment. Next, he's going to be working with the Director of Covenants Administration to streamline and design the design review application process to enable our members to more easily obtain application and design guideline information and approvals. This is online. Right now, all of that information is available in a notebook that members have to come in and look at here at the building. They can't take it away with them. We're working to change that and make that more convenient for our members, as well as making application for design changes that they'd like to make. Next, I'm going to have him develop and implement a comprehensive program to sell advertising space in the association's media and print publications to offset at least 70% of the association's costs for those communications vehicles. We have a great opportunity in community for businesses to take advantage of the fact that we have over 60,000 members who are interested in different services. Everything from braces to painting a home, to landscaping, to real estate, to buying clothing. We have a great opportunity before us and a wide audience. And without sacrificing the way our publications look, including our media, we have an opportunity to increase advertising sponsorships. So we want to take advantage of that. Next is I want him to develop a plan to establish Reston Visitors Centers in highly visible locations around the community. Unfortunately, the Chamber of Commerce has dropped this, and I believe that it is our duty to pick it up. I also think that this is a sponsorship opportunity with different elements of our state government, as well as Fairfax County Economic Development Authority, various banks, as well as real estate groups who will be interested in getting into interested visitors' hands information not only about Reston, but the region. So to me, that is very important to give you a perspective. Last week, our member services team put together 50 packets for prospective Bechtel employees. And the packets of information included our Reston magazine, included maps of the community, trail guidelines, as well as opportunities to learn more about the community and information on our website about what's around Reston, including what's going on in Lake Ann, Reston Town Center, and the different village centers. So we have a real opportunity here to make a difference to provide information to the community. Those are some of the new things that Mr. Leone will be taking on when he comes in on June the 9th. That's all I had for today.
Well, thank you very much. Board, any questions of Kate?
Well done.
Jeff?
No, ma'am, sorry.
Julie?
How many additional plots opened up this year?
26
And
at Cedar Ridge.
Cedar Ridge had 26?
Correct.
Okay. Do we anticipate being able to increase that for next year?
Good question. I need to talk with my team about what we can do on that.
Because if you have a wait list, and the 26 were meant for those who live near.
We're accommodated those who live near, so we're good. We're okay there. The 26 accommodate those that were on the wait list.
Oh,
So we
it was
were
in addition
able to.
It was more than 26.
Yes, it was. It was. I apologize. 26 for lease, but we did add additional plot space also for those who live near.
Forest Edge.
Yeah, in the Forest
Yeah.
Cedar Ridge area.
Mhm. Danielle?
Just one question, but also the staff, that was a great job. I was at the pools over the weekend. It was awesome. Everything was pristine and beautiful, and cold on Saturday.
The water was cold?
The water was really
It's still
cold,
cold.
according to the kids. I wouldn't touch it. But the advertising of trying to find sponsors to offset 70% of the cost. What percent right now do we know is covered? Like, is it going to become just like a total ad?
That's what we want to try and avoid.
Okay.
There's a way to do it in a variety of different mechanisms to offset, to get information out. It can be a really great idea that came from Anna. One of the publications that we have is the cluster, or it's the Advisor, right? The Advisor magazine that goes to clusters.
working with particular vendors, like let's call it landscapers, right? There are quite a few different landscapers around the community, Genesis, Thrive, others, who might want to do their own articles in different quarterly
Sponsoring.
issues. Right, sponsoring it.
Okay.
So they would sponsor the development of that publication completely. So it's those types of ideas where it gets good messaging out to our members while at the same time covering our costs. To give you an idea about kind of the visitor center materials, I know that what was happening at the chamber was that chamber members, chamber members like banks, were sponsoring the opportunity for visitor center information. So it was offsetting costs of getting and putting materials together. Quite a few groups are interested in electronic-only information. That's great. It does take time to maintain that. So we do want to be able to give them sponsorship opportunity whenever we have. We've got a section on our website called Around Reston. And it doesn't focus just on Reston Association, but everything that's going on around the community. So that portion of the site would be a good place to give groups an opportunity to advertise to offset some of our costs. It's a high number. I have a lot of expectations. It is a 12 to 36 month plan. So I believe it will build over time. I don't expect to come back to you in 2 weeks and say we're 70% covered. It'll take time. But I think we have a good product to sell and a good vehicle to do it in. As an internationally known community, I think we need to start using that as a resource.
Anything else? Counselor? Mike?
Nope.
Eve?
I'm good, thanks.
Ken?
I just said, well done.
Ray?
And well done, I do have one question on the visitor centers. Do you have any vision as to how many they're going to be? How they're going to be staffed? What's the real objective, the purpose? What are we trying to get out of that? Just can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Traditionally, when people come to visit the community, we get a lot of calls in member services about what's around. Where do I get my hair done? Where do I go to the movies? Gee, I'm moving in. As I know, my realtors around the table are, really? Who do I talk to about buying a house? We created Around Reston on our website to answer those questions, but there are people at key locations that are visiting and they want to know what's going on. I don't have the whole plan mapped out, and I'm hoping to work with Mike when he gets here to help map that out and get ideas, and I would welcome, putting together, actually I want to tap into the Communications Community Engagement Advisory Group to help flesh this out further. Obviously, Reston Visitor Center is such a key place. Historic Trust in Lake Ann is a key place. Whew, sorry about that. Reston Museum is a key place. Obviously, we have an opportunity when people get off the metro. We already have what we would call a visitor center here, so it's going to be in high traffic locations that people go is my initial thought, but it's open for suggestion.
What's your vision of what it's going to look like? What is a typical visitor center going to look like?
Ray, I don't have the answer yet. I've got a couple of things in my mind. A kiosk comes to mind, type of venue. Something that is maybe not 7 days a week, but high traffic times. Maybe docents come to mind. But looking at how people are looking for information and the best way to get it out. We've got, with the Economic Development Authority, they're always interested in packaging the areas that they're trying to bring new businesses into. So working with them, collaborating with them, what's the best way, as well as, Virginia's Visitor Center group. So not just thinking, we want to pool the resources and visit Fairfax as an example. What can we do in collaboration with them to get their information out?
Be interested to see that as it goes forward.
Done. Will do.
I have a question. Ray, you're finished?
I'm done.
Okay, good. We're going to increase the number of ads in our magazine. That's what you said, right?
The
Yeah,
types
yeah,
of advertising.
Okay. When we do that with the individuals, placing ads in our magazine, is that an endorsement from Reston Association for these retailers or vendors? Would that be? No.
No, we already do it now,
Okay,
so we're okay, we're covered there.
mhm.
It's paid advertising by them.
okay.
Sponsored content is, I mean, that's a common model for the, like websites, like I write for Reston Now, and so very similar kind of thing. You're really paying for the privilege of writing articles, so.
Increasing your business.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Well, thanks you, Kate. That was wonderful, very, very informative. We really appreciate it, the fast talking. Or was it the slow
Slow
talking?
talking,
Slow talking.
right.
Member comments, do we have any? Two. Okay. We're down to item E, member comments. Member comments during Reston Association board meetings are reserved for Reston Association residential property owners and renters. When called on by the board president, speakers are to state their full name and street address. Individual members representing their own interest or opinion are allotted approximately 3 minutes to speak. Individuals speaking on behalf of a homeowners group, Reston Association Committee, or Reston-based organization are allotted approximately 5 minutes to speak. And we do have a timekeeper. And the first individual on the member comment registration list is Dick Rogers.
Thank you. I guess I go over here. My name is Dick Rogers. I live at 11544 Links Drive, which is about a half mile to the west of Tall Oaks Center. So I have an interest in Tall Oaks, and I was involved in the Reston planning process in phase 1, and this is a planning issue. And I'm glad that the board is reviewing what it did. Today I had lunch with Duncan Jones, who's the vice president for development for the Jefferson Apartments Group. They said this issue of convenience center versus village center from their point of view is irrelevant. They believe, with their advice from their attorney, Mark Looney, that they can go under the PRC ruling and get what they want. And if you read the master plan, under the village centers, residential use of village centers is completely appropriate. And you have the example of Lake Anne right down the road. Convenience centers, on the other hand, under the plan, do not accommodate residential. So, of course, you could then have a cluster and then a convenience center, but who needs to get into that? And JAG doesn't think they need to get into that. I think that in your interest to clarify what I think you were trying to say, I sent a proposed motion around to Kate and to Eve and to Sabrina, which just simply picks up what Frank De La Fay said on the Planning Commission, with a little variation to give a little bit more room to the community to develop the retail aspects of the center with the Jefferson Apartments Group. And they are in the process of revising their plan, although it is rather grudging in terms of right now, in my view, in terms of accommodating what the residents want to say. So if you can want to make use of that draft motion, please do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. Excuse me. Next on our list, Melanie Whitaker. Thank you, Melanie, for coming out.
Thank you. I'm Melanie Whitaker, 1635 Bentana Way, and I'm representing the Bentana Woods cluster for Sherry Hubert, who couldn't be here. She's traveling. The neighborhood, and again, thank you for having me. The neighborhood is very supportive of and glad to hear that y'all are reconsidering the earlier recommendation. And I guess the big concern we had was changing it to a convenience center would not provide enough services for the residents or provide it's questionable regarding its viability also, just as a convenience center, because of the minimal amount of retail. There have been suggestions to walk to Lake Ann or the Comstock Center for services as an alternative to Tall Oaks. This is just not feasible due to the distance. I walked to Lake Ann from my home recently at a fairly brisk pace on the shortest path possible, and it took me 50 minutes each way. And I'm in not great shape, but I can walk pretty quickly. And I personally walk to the restaurants at the Tall Oaks Village, and at least once a week I use a dry cleaner, and if additional services were available, I would use them. The village centers are one of the most important components of the Reston plan. Even the Reston Trail system was designed to connect the village centers. The centers were located to enable residents to walk to basic services. And eliminating that is clearly a concern for our neighborhood. I chose to purchase a home in Reston because it promotes walkability. Changing the Tall Oaks was just the opposite. The current redevelopment plan offers minimal open space and does not provide enough retail space to support the retail services currently located in the Tall Oaks Center. Our cluster asks that you maintain Tall Oaks as a village center and incorporate the neighborhood involvement in the redevelopment of the site. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melanie,
Thank
for your
you.
comments. And now I think we're at the stage that we ask our members of our board. Ray, anything you want to share for the good of the Reston Association?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Anything that you want to share with us regarding the Reston Association, or any activities or events that you've attended, or
Not at this moment.
nothing? Okay. Ken?
No, nothing much to add. It was an event-filled weekend. I'm glad everybody was able to get out to the pools. Even North Shore, which has got a bit of a slow start, was occupied. So it was, staff did an excellent job of detouring people around the small construction that's still going on. And I think people were enjoying it immensely. I was enjoying the lake. There's a great event coming up this weekend at Lake Ann that I'm going to steal Eve's thunder. All right, I'll give it to you.
Always.
I'll give it to you.
No physical, please. Verbal, yes. Physical, no.
One thing I am going to be bringing to the Board Planning Committee in June is a discussion. I've had interest from several people to have Reston Association assist with organizing a Reston TEDx event. And I think that would be a very powerful thing to do on behalf of Reston. And I think we could do it outside of the traditional Beacon venue that we're all familiar with, and do it at a nice venue, either here or Walker Center or something like that. So I'll be bringing the ideas and plans and maybe some of the organizers to the upcoming BPC, so stay tuned. And if you're not familiar with TEDx, just go to tedx.com.net. You'll get the lay of the land on that.
Thank you very much, Ken. Eve, we didn't steal your thunder.
No, that was very nice of him. Well, it was a beautiful, beautiful weekend. I hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend. And the event that Ken was alluding to is at Lake Ann. We have a new merchant, PetMac, and they are hosting the dock diving dogs, which is it's a huge event, I had no idea. It's a national, international level thing. And so the dogs will be chasing frisbees and whatnot into the water as,
Saturday,
I guess, Saturday, yes, at 1 o'clock, yeah.
1 to 4?
1 to 4, yeah. So it's great to have the season get started, and glad to be here.
Good. Mike?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming out. I see some familiar faces in the audience. John, thank you for coming back and joining us. Kathleen, Sue. Bike to Work Day last week was a real success. I took my bicycle from North Reston to the Reston Station and then on to Langston Hughes and back again with my 12-year-old son. We experienced Wheelie Avenue safely. It does need some work, and you'll hear that from me a few times. There was a jazz festival last Friday at Reston Station.
Thursday, the 4.
And got the tail end of that, but just wonderful to see a few folks out for that. On the weekend, spectacular weather. I've got to thank Rob Tucker from the tennis program for arranging for us to use the Lake Newport courts. We had about 50 kids, 8 to 18, as part of a potluck picnic, celebrating the end of the season and getting ready for the districts in Norfolk in July. And last but not least, Adopt a Highway, my own organization, the American Society of Civil Engineers, adopts a piece of South Lakes from Sunrise Valley to just beyond South Lakes High School. And it's the first time I participated. We've been doing this for about 10 years. But according to my colleagues, there was very little stuff to pick up along that route. And I'm saying that I'd like to see Wheelie look like that. But there were probably a half a dozen of us, I'll share photographs and whatnot, that picked up cigarette butts.
Yeah.
You know, that was what was left. Everything else was gone. So, at any rate, it was a great week.
Thank you very much. Jeff?
Fantastic weather this past weekend. I had an opportunity to go out and look at the progress up at Browns Chapel Park. Guys are doing a fantastic job out there. The grass on the 90-foot diamond looks terrific, and the bones going in on BC1, just fantastic. I know I've had a lot of Reston Little League families come to me because they've been following the progress too, and they are really looking forward to next spring, getting out on those renovated fields. So kudos to Larry and the park staff at Reston Association. Fantastic job. Also, the pools, my sister tells me the pools are great. She's out there with the nieces and nephews. But anyway, great weekend. This is Reston's time to shine, I think. This is spring and summer. Lots to do. That's it.
Okay. Julie?
I had the opportunity to do Bike to School Day on May 6th to my local elementary school, Terracet, and that was a blast. I learned about a program that the kids can get a tag, an ID tag, that gets scanned when they show up at school, and a message is sent to the parents that they did arrive safely. So I think that's very neat.
Cool.
And they did not have enough bike racks at the school for all the kids that participated that day. So I think, the plans that the pedestrian group has for bike racks will be very, very much appreciated. I appreciate that the members living near and around Tall Oaks are enthusiastic and energized in preserving and protecting our vision of quality of life and the walkability and what the village centers serve in terms of gathering spaces. So I'm excited about people participating and being active in our community. I love the fact that concerts are beginning soon, and we have them at Town Center, Lake Ann, Wheelie. I think there was actually one again tonight at the Metro Station.
The Metro Station, yes.
Yeah, and Rescue Reston did host a webinar. I think it was last Tuesday or Wednesday. That is available for replay. Am I correct on that, Ray? There was a webinar, a conference call, Rescue Reston?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if people wanted to learn more about what they were doing, I think that would be
That was actually very good.
So, it's my,
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Julie. Danielle?
Nothing, I think that my fellow directors have hit it all.
Thank you. Counselor?
As always, it's an honor and privilege to be here. Thank you.
Kate?
to give more clarity to the Jazz Festival happening at Comstock, it is actually a Friends of Reston fundraising event that we are honored to be hosted at Comstock. They provided the venue. They were able to get some food trucks out. They were able to provide us undercover area. I say us because I was one of the volunteers to welcome people to come to the event for beer, wine, water, and a bite to eat. There was a wonderful jazz group that played for us that night and ended up having a bunch of swing dancers come, which was really neat, and it attracted more people. But the intent on between now, every Thursday, so last Thursday, tonight, right now, it's going on until 7 o'clock, or it's ended already, and on June the 4th, next Thursday from 4 to 7, it is a fundraising campaign for Friends of Reston. And I know that the Friends are interested in using the funds that they raise through these events over the next 3 weeks to help buy bike racks for different locations around the community. That's how they'd like to use that funding. But we're very thankful to Comstock for giving us that, giving Friends of Reston that opportunity and that venue. It's really unique.
That's it? Yeah. Well, to quote my favorite legal counselor, I'm happy to be here. And I'm happy to be in the company of my wonderful colleagues and also the members of our community. Thank you so much for coming out. One event, and that happens tomorrow evening at 5:30 at Lake Ann Plaza. The Reston Museum, or the Reston Historic Trust, will position, it's going to be a temporary location for a historic marker. So you're all invited to come to see this historic event. And that's all that I have. So let's see. Are we back? Somebody tell me something else.
Hey, Ellen, where's the gathering point for that? Is it at the museum?
No, it's going to be on the plaza, at the entrance to the plaza?
It's at the entrance to the plaza, so just as you're going like from the parking lot into the plaza. It's got a temporary home there until the redevelopment, in which point it will get a new home, but
Looking forward to that.
yes.
All right, let's see. Bear with me 1 second. And you said that you want to do I next?
Oh, we can move right on to F if you'd like. I think we are ready to go. We are
Are we ready to
back
go?
up and ready to go. All of the updates have been completed on the
Okay,
computer system, so we're ready for presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
all righty. So we're now back on schedule. We're on item F, public hearing regarding addition to property proposal Comstock. Is it BLVD or just Boulevard?
Boulevard.
Okay. As per the referendum schedule approved by the Reston Association Board of Directors on March the 26th, 2015, the RA Board will be holding 2 public hearings to consider adding to the RA the real property known as Comstock Partners LC Boulevard Residential at Reston Station, located at map 17-4, paren 01-17A and 17-4, paren 24-3. Our first hearing is this evening, and the second will be on Thursday, June the 25th, 2015, 6 p.m., right here at RA headquarters. Before we begin the hearing, I would like to invite Kate Falkerson and our legal counsel to provide us with an overview of the proposal. Kate and Ken, you're on. Well, before we start, let me say, you can start. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
So what we wanted to do this evening was take the opportunity to walk you through not only the opportunity that Reston Association has before it, but kind of give an overview of where we are when it comes to this type of project. So if you'll bear with me, for a couple of minutes. I'm going to give a big, broad overview on the Comstock building in Reston's, kind of a little bit of history when it comes to addition to property for Reston Association. First, I'd like to start with this map. So what we've got before you here is kind of a section of Reston Association, or Reston, the community of Reston. And what you see in purple is Reston Town Center Association. What you see in kind of the pink or the red is really the Dulles Corridor area. The Dulles Corridor area right now does not have any residential in it. A few years back, this area was considered commercial development only. We were able to get some covenants lifted on that. There was a big effort to do that so that mixed use could go into that, especially when we knew where the different metro stations would go in. So that's significant because there is no residential currently in the area, significant there. The other green area shows Reston Association coveted land. So the green area is also something called Planned Residential Community, or you might hear the term sometimes called PRC. What is non-PRC is in the pink right now. So it's not Planned Residential Community. So it's important. Just wanted to give context for this evening. To zone in right now, there is a development that's just come online, the Harrison. 350 residential units. They are in the PRC district, part of Reston Association. They are obligated to abide by the Reston governing documents, including the deed, the covenants that are in it, the design, and they pay assessments to the association. I was there last week talking with the property manager, and what we were able to do with them was provide, I hate to say this on camera, their first bill for all 350 units, which they were glad to pay. They have a fantastic facility. It's quite phenomenal when you go into it. They have 2 pools, one indoor and one outdoor. One outdoor is rooftop. One indoor is got also a spa attached to it. They have a full athletic facility. They have a separate yoga room. They have separate, for lack of a better way of putting it, party or engagement rooms. They have a special concierge. They have all kinds of phenomenal notices that they put up in their lobby in case you have a package that is delivered to you. They have a keyless entry system into the facility, and it's secure. They also have up on their upper floor an indoor golf practice driving range, which is pretty fantastic. It is a phenomenal facility. We're very fortunate that it went into our community in the PRC district. So although they don't have to, they are required, because their deed has Reston Association in it, they have to pay the full Reston Association assessment. That entitles them to use of all of our facilities. If the residents would like to use the pools and tennis courts, they still need to come in to Reston Association to get their passes. Several of them who have moved in have. We have a whole package of information. You heard me talk a little bit about our visitor center information earlier tonight. We just delivered 50 additional new packages to their leasing office so that their new residents, when they come in, can learn more about what's going on in Reston and can take advantage of the other services that we offer that are not exclusive to the Harrison development. So I just wanted to give a brief overview of something, a new development that is all apartment, all rental, that is fully a part of the Reston Association because the land that the building sits on is part of the Reston deed. Moving down, back on the corridor, we'll be talking more tonight about the Boulevard Reston Station with anticipated 450 rental units that sit above the garage. They are on non-PRC land. They're not part of a residential community or a planned residential community. They have no obligations to Reston Association right now. Right next door to it, You've probably seen deconstruction of the Reston mini storage, very close to Kaiser Permanente, Maximus building. They're getting ready to put in another 421 residential units. Both developments, by the way, will have very similar services and facilities within their properties for their residents. Pools, athletic facilities, dog parks. That's one thing I forgot to mention about the Harrison is it does have its own contained dog park. Underground garage parking, bike rack locations, covered bike parking, the whole 9 yards. So both of those developments are coming online soon. One you can see going up right now. The other one is coming. Both of these developments have proffers, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute, to consider joining Reston Association. I'll talk a little bit more about what that means in a minute, but I wanted to give you a kind of a larger model for bringing new property into the association, annexing if you want to call it that. And our governing documents is called additions to property. Typical model, when we have someone coming online, there are 2 occasions that I know of where we've done this. One is Polo Fields, literally just down the street from us. Whole development came in back in, Larry, do I have it right, in the 90s? 90s or late 80s?
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Big broad range, that works, that works. A few years back. So a whole development that was already built went through this process. And that was, they said we're interested in subjecting our property to the deed, all of the property, common area included. We went through a hearing process like we're doing now. All owners and occupants of that property became a category member to the Reston Association. Reston Association in its deed has 3 different categories. Category A is the owner of the property. That would be townhouse, single family, condominium, or multifamily dwelling would be a category B. Category C is an occupant of those residential units. So if you own your property right now and you choose to, let's say, move to Florida for some reason and you decide to keep your property, you are a member of the Reston Association and your tenant is a Category C member and occupant, just to give you a perspective on what our categories are. So, addition to property, interested in subjecting the whole property to Reston Association deed and covenants. They become a category member, either A, B, or C, depending on the type of unit that it is. That owner pays full Reston Association assessment, and the design guidelines for that property will be administered by Reston Association. So there are guidelines for maybe a cluster or a single-family home development, maybe even a condominium. That would get turned over to Reston Association staff to make sure that those guidelines are upheld, and they would work with the development to make sure that any changes that are made, get applied as well. So, public hearing, that's our typical process. There's only been a couple of times where we've applied it. Polo Fields is one. Several years ago, we had an individual who wanted to take their property just outside of Reston and subject it to Reston Association. One of the key things that was important to the board of directors at that time was that once that property was made part of the Reston Association, it stayed a part of the Reston Association in perpetuity. That's not what that particular owner wanted to do. They wanted to have the ability to opt out. That wasn't the preference of what this board of directors wanted to do. But those are the 2 occasions that I recall in my time that we've had for addition to property, and this is our typical model. So, over the past 10 years, Larry and I have been working closely with the entire development community in a variety of different ways. In particular, Comstock. As soon as that developer went into a public-private partnership with the county, we did see an opportunity to begin a conversation with them. We wanted to make sure that anything that went into the corridor became a part of the Reston Association, because frankly, we really didn't want to have town center happen again. We wanted to make sure that anything new that came in was attached to something, became a part of the Reston Association. We're very honored to partner with Town Center in a variety of different ways now. We have a fabulous relationship. But in terms of representing the members of the community, having a voice, providing services, I think we do a pretty good job. And we'd like to make sure that new individuals who come into the community have that opportunity too. The board has always felt that way as well over the past 10 years. It's been a long 10 years. Coming up with a model that's of interest to any developer in the corridor who's got a laundry list of all of the facilities and recreational opportunities that I just mentioned to you that the Harrison has is really a hard sell. Convincing a developer to pay a Reston Association assessment for services they already have on site is not easy. So we had to get creative. We had to put our thinking caps on, and we had to come up with other value propositions that would entice the development community or those in the corridor to want to be a part of the Reston Association, either now or in the future. So what we've come up with, and this doesn't only apply to the property that we're talking about this evening, this applies to all developments that can happen in the corridor. We had to come up with, for lack of a better way of putting it, a cafeteria plan. What's of interest to them, what catches their attention, what matters most, what's the value proposition that interests them. So I'm going to take the opportunity to read through all of these. And I forgot to mention that all of you probably have this document. You probably see what this looks like either. I know my board of directors has it before them. This was also available right on the table as you came in. So I'm going to be going through this document. And it's universal. It can be used for any property that we talk about in the corridor. So I'm going through the 8 items right now, but I'm going to pause. Yes, Julie?
This is only for properties in the corridor.
In the corridor, right. Our preference for properties that are not in the corridor would be to go through our traditional model, okay? But the options that we have come up with for those properties that are in the corridor are 8. I'm going to explain why 1 and 7 are highlighted in a minute, but I'm going to go ahead and go through each of these options. The first is a project or development owner pays a lump sum, maybe it's through a proffer, or an initiation fee. Second, the development may be subject to some or all of the provisions of the Reston deed through a supplemental declaration. That's a separate declaration from Reston Association's deed, but some or a portion of that deed is applicable to that property. The owner may pay some portion or all of the annual assessment per residential unit owned. In the case of rental apartments, the owner is considered a Category B member. I explained that earlier this evening. That is a multifamily dwelling with voting rights. So that Category B owner, the multifamily dwelling owner, would have the ability to vote for a designated director, or what we call the apartment owner's representative, who right now happens to be Ellen Graves, a president of our board of directors. They would also have the ability to vote on deed amendments, on common area referenda, just like the referenda we conducted last month. In the case of a condominium, each owner of a condominium unit, it would be considered a Category A member, as I mentioned earlier this evening, with specific voting rights pursuant to the deed. Similar voting rights as to that for Category B members. In the case of rental apartments, where the owner pays an annual assessment per apartment, apartment occupants would be considered Category C members with the right to run for the board of directors and vote in elections. That is what is currently on Reston Association's books, governing documents, so this is not new. All 3 of these categories and the voting rights and responsibilities exist now. Alternately, if the owner does not pay an annual assessment per unit owned, then in accord with a supplemental declaration, occupants would not be Class C members. They wouldn't be considered, their occupants, the tenants of that would not be considered members. They would only be eligible to purchase an RA recreation package for a specific annual fee for the same recreation services. Number 7, for an annual fee, RA administers the development's guidelines under separate architectural board of review. Separate from the design review board, it's a different review board that would review that development's design guidelines under the administration of Reston Association for a fee. And last, for an annual fee, RA could agree to provide the development owner with on-site common area maintenance, landscaping, snow removal services, and/or recreational programming. Number 8 is of greatest interest to many developers in the corridor. They like that, and they're really latching on to that concept. So that was something that Larry and I conceived of about a year ago. We're like, hey, and it's really beginning to turn heads. So all 8 of these options were put together over a long period of time after a lot of listening and a reality check that not everybody thinks that what we have in the ground right now is as special as we think it is, even though it is as special as we think it is. So those are the 8 options that I wanted to put before you. This has been put before our board of directors, and we were given the authority to use this in order to negotiate with groups like Comstock and others. What does this mean? So what's important to remember whenever we're looking at opportunities to bring properties from the corridor into the association is that the options that they choose are dependent upon the land holdings, mix of uses, the way the land is assembled, will really depend on what options that developer is able to choose. What's important to us are the highlighted red options 1 and 7. Those are staples that we've decided should be in any agreement that we have. So remember what 1 and 7 are. Project development owner pays a lump sum, often pursuant to a proffer and/or other initiation fee. That's a must-have. Number 7, for an annual fee, the association administers the design guidelines under a separate architectural board of review. 2 key elements that we're always going to require whenever we work with these developers in the corridor. Here's our deal breaker. We have to have these 2 things. Now, all of those other options, all of the remaining 6 options are negotiable. Now, let's get to the matter at hand. In May 17, 2010, Fairfax County Board of Supervisors approved proffers, proffer statement for a very large document with Comstock. There are 3 times that Reston Association is mentioned in those proffer documents. By the way, this proffer document is on Reston Association's website for public view under the section on the boulevard at Reston Station, under our development and future of Reston section. I want you, the highlighted areas, what is of most important to you, I put the whole paragraph in here for context, but it is the public facilities contribution. Out of the chute, back in 2010, May of 2010, Comstock was told to give 33% or up to a maximum of $300,000 of their total residential portion of the contribution for public facilities made directly payable to Reston Association. That was the first proffer. The second 2 proffers that they had, or the second and third. Community Association, Reston Association. Negotiate in good faith with Reston Association to pursue the joinder of the individual residential units into the Reston Association. The second excerpt, shall negotiate with the Reston Association with respect to the establishment of an urban redevelopment review panel, commonly known over the past few years as the ERP. Not the most pleasant term, but as the ERP. The association shall administer the design guidelines in a manner to be agreed upon by the owners and Reston Association. So those are the 3 proffers that Comstock was subject to with us. I want to make very clear that B in particular is optional. They do not have to do that with us. So, with this in hand, this is an important document as I go through and tell you how the MOU was set up. And that is also available on the website. We also had a copy out in the lobby for everyone. The Board of Directors also has a copy too. So looking at number 1, at the outset, first and what's most important is that the project development owner pays a lump sum, often pursuant to a proffer and or other initiation fee. $300,000 from Comstock. They have also added, when they heard about our Tetra project, another $300,000, and they said we'd like the full $650,000 to go toward the Tetra purchase if you're successful. They said if you're not successful, then we'll figure out where else the money can go. But this is where we would like it to go if you're successful. $650,000 toward the Tetra purchase with the opportunity to have naming rights for at least 10 years for that. Moving on to 6 on the laundry list, or moving down to 6 on the laundry list. If the owner does not pay an annual assessment per unit owned, then in accord with a supplemental declaration, occupants would not be Class C members and would only be eligible to purchase RA recreation package for a specific annual fee for the services. So in the MOU, it says that the association is going to offer a recreation package for purchase by the tenants of the apartment units at a fee annually established by the Board of Directors, and that Comstock will help Reston Association market these recreational packages to its tenants. If you haven't picked up on it already, at the moment, we're not able to negotiate them to pay the full Reston Association assessment per unit at the outset. That is because these are rental units, and they're not able to do that right now. They're interested in a different model. So on the table right now is number 1 and number 6. I want to talk a little bit more about the recreation package. Right now, Reston Association sells a wide variety of different non-resident memberships to people who live outside of the community, including people who live in town center, because they're technically not part of the Reston Association. Those recreation memberships range anywhere between $225 and $630. In 2014 alone, we were able to derive about just over $160,000 worth of additional income because of those non-resident membership sales. We recommend a specific package for Comstock tenants, one that's focused mostly on the individual, because we're pretty confident the demographic is going to be mostly individuals, couples. It's going to be rare when you're going to see small children in the Comstock unit. However, that might be the case. That might be the case. So for an individual in a unit, that would be an adult 18 and over, the recreation offering to them would be $350. If you have a child in there, that would be $10 per child. So if you have 2 adults, roommates living in a unit, it's going to be $350 per each individual who chooses to buy a recreation package. They happen to have a child, we'll add another $10. If you have a family, 2 related adults, 18 or older, it will be $530 plus $10 per child. Now I'm going to go to a spreadsheet that Larry and his team put together. I wanted to make sure you had an understanding of what we currently offer now. 2014 and 15, we have about 11 different offerings. That's a wide variety to choose from, depending on whether you're a couple, a family, or individual, or if you live in a particular zip code like Stratton Woods, really close by, or Deepwood, you get different membership offerings for different prices. Reston Association's annual fee is $642. So you can see the highest fee that goes here for a family non-resident pool and tennis, and that's just for pool and tennis. Remember, the $642 for Reston Association covers more than pool and tennis. It covers for a wide variety of other things that the association does, but that's $630 is the highest. The highlighted numbers were what Larry likes to call our sweet spot. He felt that we're mostly looking at the individual memberships that are going to be purchased for use of our facilities, so we were trying to stay within that range of $255 and up to $530, trying to be reasonable on that. We go back. So we start with this package once those units come online, and we can increase the fees seeing how successful we are. Remember, Comstock has got 450 units coming online. We can't make the assumption that everybody's going to buy a Reston Association package, although it sure is encouraging to hear that the PRC project of the Harrison has got people asking for our information right away because they want to get passes as they're coming in. So that's encouraging. Even though they have a rooftop outdoor pool, they have an indoor pool, and all of the other fitness facilities plus a dog park. It's kind of a contained community there, already there. So we're hopeful that we'll be pretty successful with this because we have a partner in advertising. The leasing office will be helping in Comstock to say, here are the great amenities that you have access to if you so choose to take them up. So that's the opportunity that we have there. So let's go back to this piece, this matrix here. Option 7. That was one of our red highlighted items that was important. For an annual fee, RA administers development design guidelines under a separate architectural review board. In the MOU, I'm paraphrasing here, but in the MOU you will see this is again a fulfillment of the county proffer requirements. RA will be responsible for the administration and staffing of design review process in coordination with Comstock and under the direction of an urban redevelopment review panel responsible for administering design guidelines for the area. RA will be paid an annual fee for such services by Comstock and other parcels that may be annexed into the jurisdiction of the panel from time to time. This is significant. This is an annual fee that the association gets. That's why number 1, that the initiation fee and the proffer, and number 7 were so important to us. Because if we're going to administer these design guidelines, help keep them, help advocate, help pull bodies together and take a look at something, we should be paid for that. And Comstock agrees. They look forward to having that partnership with us and helping with the design guidelines because it's not just for their building, it's for that entire area, which is important. Now, those are the more immediate things that are in the MOU. The future. This is also in the MOU. Items 2, 3, and 4 that are outlined here are future items. Development may be subject to some or all of the provisions of the RAD through a supplemental declaration. The owner may pay some of or all of the annual assessment per residential unit owned. In the case of rental apartments, the owner is considered Category B member, multifamily dwelling. This goes down to in the case of a condominium, each owner of a unit is considered a Category A member with specified voting rights pursuant to the deed. In the MOU, paraphrasing here, more detailed in the MOU, at such time the apartment units are converted to condominiums, the payment of a certain percentage, in the MOU, it's up to 50%, of the annual assessment rate secured through the recorded supplemental declaration. Up to 50% of Reston Association's then annual assessment rate. So let me talk a little bit more about when that happens or if it's going to happen. And the if is the big piece. This morning, as I was getting ready for work, I was listening to NPR. NPR had a very interesting report. One of the two quotes that I wanted you to hear that I was really taken by, and I thought, boy, timing is everything. First-time home buyers account for about 50% of the market share typically. They've now fallen to less than 30%, a multi-decade low, right? Not long, low, sorry.
Love.
A lot of Americans, especially the 20-somethings or 30-somethings, do not view a single-family home as the all-American dream. In fact, some of the youngest generations prefer renting for an extended period of time. That's what the market is telling us with these new developments that are going up. The Harrison, Comstock, the Bizzuto Beach property, and others that are beginning to come online. The model are apartment units. So, things to consider. Residential projects within the PRC, that green area that I showed earlier, are already a part of the Reston Association and are required by covenants to pay the annual dues. Properties that are in the corridor or non-PRC are not required to pay Reston Association anything. Although strongly encouraged through the comprehensive plan that was adopted last year, Phase 1, corridor properties have the opportunity to either join Reston Association or Town Center. The annual fees for property owners, residential property owners in Reston Town Center, are under $200. My point in letting you know these facts is I'd really like the properties in the corridor, my preference, you say me, mine, to choose Reston Association and not Town Center. And it depends on the type of package that we put together for them. So again, the green is PRC. People in there pay full freight. See the Harrison up toward the top there? You've got Comstock and also Bizzuto property coming also. Just wanted to give an overview of what's in that MOU and the fact that this is a different model than what Reston Association is used to. If we insisted on anything different or more like the typical model, I'm not confident that anything in the red area would be a part of Reston Association. Because again, both those properties that are starred do not have to do this. That's all, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Counselor? You good? This is a public hearing. Although we have, no one has signed up, are there any members of the audience who would like to speak at this time? Going once? Going twice? Well, I guess not, so let's move on to, and Kate, thank you very much, that was quite informative. And let's ask our board members, starting with Jeff.
Kate, I think you did an outstanding job, kind of laying out the history and how we kind of got to where we are now. Really nice. I think this is, as we all know, these are interesting times in Reston. They're going to continue to be interesting times. And the opportunities that are going to be afforded us are perhaps going to require us to think a little bit differently than we have in the past. So I think the menu options that you put together, that you've been working under, the negotiations you've been conducting are good, and I think you're doing a great job of presenting the facts for us.
Thank you. Lucinda?
Oh, yeah.
And welcome, we missed you earlier.
Oh, thanks. Traffic is terrible. It's obvious you've done a really good job and put a lot of work into this, and I know you've been working on it a lot, and I really appreciate that. I I'm curious, maybe in the future you could give us more details on the design guidelines and who would be helping to design those and how they would come to be and how they would relate to the current design review board.
Anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
My only comment is a creative solution to a perplexing problem, challenge we have in keeping our Reston community one entity, even with this corridor kind of trying to split us. So I think that the trend towards mixed residential commercial in one area certainly supports our Reston vision, and to bring those properties as best we can without them having to do it is good. So I commend you for the efforts made thus far.
Thank you. Danielle?
I echo what my fellow directors have said. I also had a similar question as far as who was going to be on the DRB, the new one. I like the rates that were put together for the apartment owners, especially when you compare them to our current rates for the non-resident pool and tennis passes. I thought that was right on.
Thank you. Counselor? Let's start with Ray.
I think that was a beautiful job, Kate. Thank you very much. Very informative. It's going to be interesting next couple of years. We're going to need a lot of flexibility, a lot of intelligence, and a lot of drive, and you're showing all of it, so I appreciate that.
Ken?
Yeah, just a few points. I'll try to make it fast. I think the first thing I want to say is I think Kate, Larry, and Ken have been probably the common denominators. And I've been following this for 7 boards. I've been on the last 6 of those.
Wow.
There have been at least 30 people involved in the conversations involving the properties in the corridor, especially as it was going through the task phase 1 efforts, putting together the final draft, the final approved plan, that is. So the common denominators here tonight, I think, have done a superb job of wooing those entities that did not have to do anything to be a part of Reston. I think it is a consistent, it is a repeatable process that can be handed down to each of the properties as you go through the corridor. And as you're reading, and as you see in our tracker that's coming later from our land use attorneys, there is a lot of residential going into that area, so there is a lot of opportunity. What I like about it is you're seeing 2 sides see value. We see great value in promoting Reston. The wonderful thing is people like Comstock and Bozzuto and Beach and others are seeing value in return. You said it best, Kate. When a Harrison has more than what Lifetime Fitness has, literally, and they still want and see the value of promoting, even though they have to do it, they still see value in promoting the Reston amenities inside that building. I think that's tremendous, and I think you're seeing that now with properties in the corridor. The IRP, I agree, I don't like the acronym, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I think this is huge. I don't think any of the prior boards had ever contemplated this. There are members in the audience here that sat on those boards, who ran those boards, who never even contemplated this coming along. So again, kudos to the 3 of you. And as I look at the numbers, it's pretty good. You're getting, unlike a board that eons ago gave away RTC for a few $100,000, we're getting a substantial amount of money up front, and we're getting an annuity that builds and builds and builds over the out years on an ongoing basis. You multiply that times all the residential units that are going to be going into the corridor. That is significant for us. So again, I think this is the beginning of something that has taken a long time to get here, and I'm ecstatic about this. This is just wonderful.
Thank you, Ken. Eve?
Yeah, I think that this has been a hard nut to crack, and because it's to get them to come in when they don't have to is tough. And so to create a repeatable process, I think, is really critical. And to be congratulated if we get this done. I also, the whole, right now we do seem to be in an upcycle on the apartments, but that is cyclical, and apartments convert to condos. And I'm Bentana, many of them, and Parkcrest, I think, started as garden-style apartments. Lake Anne started as apartments. Moorings, Lakes Wind View condominiums, many examples of that. And so, and I think that these are built in a way that speaks to a future conversion, so it's just so much luxury there. So I think that that is a good thing to have built into the process. So, very good.
Yeah, thank you. Mike?
And very good work. I'm going to ask an obvious question. I'm just assuming that Comstock is in accord with this as a draft.
Yes, sir.
There's been lots of conversation, if you want, for the last 3 years that I've been on the board about transparency. I think that this process highlights the transparency that this board has followed in these kinds of deliberations. And I would encourage those in the audience and those that are looking, viewing this on YouTube and otherwise, to take a look at the information that we have. And if you've got questions and comments, to get back to anyone on the board or to Kate with, certainly congratulations, but questions and concerns as well. But I'm pleased where this is going. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I'd like to congratulate Kate, Ken, and Larry for the creativity and the model, and the fact that you're still able to continue to maintain the Reston vision. I think that's so important. So thank you very much, Larry, Ken, and Kate. So let's jump down to item G. Member request / petition regarding land use designation of Tall Oaks Village Center. In a discussion facilitated by our Land Use Council, Mr. John McBride, at the special meeting held on February the 9th, 2015, the board considered, among 3 others, the following question related to proposed amendments to the Phase 2 of the Comprehensive Plan review process for Reston. Should the Tall Oaks Village Center be deleted from the list of village centers and added to the list of convenience centers, thereby allowing it to be redeveloped to residential and convenience center uses? The board's position on the above question was affirmative. After discussing the other 3 development questions, the board voted to direct staff to prepare a letter incorporating and recommending the board's position to be signed by Ken Knieven as president of the Reston Association and sent to the appropriate Fairfax County official staff and agencies. On April the 23rd and 27th, the association hosted 2 community meetings on the Tall Oaks Village Center area, with over 150 in attendance at these meetings. Representatives from the Jefferson Apartment Group provided an opportunity for area residents to give feedback on their preliminary concept plans to redevelop this area. And you can check the association's website for more information about those meetings. The first week of May, residents living near the Tall Oaks Village Center established a petition to Hunter Mill District Supervisor Kathy Hudgens and RA CEO Kate Fulkerson, requesting support for a balance of residential and retail in a plaza-like setting. At a meeting on May the 13th, the Fairfax County Planning Commission recommended to the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors adoption of the staff report's proposed plan guidance with several changes, including removal of the requirements for village centers to undergo plan amendments in order to promote their redevelopment. Applicable redevelopment proposals will go through the rezoning process, which includes community input opportunities. Addition of language for Tall Oaks Village Center to recognize that the redevelopment plan may include a significantly reduced non-residential component and that any redevelopment should emphasize quality design and the creation of a neighborhood gathering place. The Jefferson Apartment Group presented its initial concept plans for Tall Oaks to the Reston Planning and Zoning Committee on May 18th, and again to the RA Design Review Board on May the 19th. Before considering any further action, I invite our Land Use Counsel, Mr. John McBride, to provide us with any other pertinent information on the matter of village centers and the comprehensive plan. John, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you. You know, following Kate is like going to sing at karaoke night and drawing the second slot, and then Beyonce goes up ahead of you in the first slot. So thank you for whoever set the agenda, Sabrina.
You're welcome, John.
First off, as you can see on the slide and on your monitors, what we need to talk about first is the Reston Master Plan Special Study Phase 2. It's very easy to confuse Tall Oaks into two matters because they're both going on at the same time, but they are two very different matters, even though they're related. One is a developer, new owner's proposal, dipping their toes in the water to get community input on a later application. That would probably be a PRC plan application, which implements a proposal. That is what the details are about. That's what a lot of the community comment is about. What I want to speak about, and what is the issue before this board to reconsider, is the comprehensive plan recommendation for that property. And we'll get to that as I go through the presentation. So first off, we want to talk about the Master Plan Special Study, which is the amendment to the county's adopted comprehensive plan, which also serves as the Reston Master Plan. First off, Phase 1, which was the gray areas on Kate's slide earlier, the Dulles Toll Road corridor between Sunrise Valley and Sunset Hills Road. That entire corridor was replanned back in February of 2014. We had a long process. The RA board and through its members had comment, individual members had comments, and other groups. Now, Phase 2 began last summer, as you recall. The Planning Commission just held a public hearing on April 22nd. The board had comment throughout this time period. The Planning Commission deferred decision, and on May 13th, rendered its recommendations to the County Board of Supervisors. The County Board of Supervisors are the ones that adopt the plan. They're the final body that decides what goes in that plan. Now, that public hearing is scheduled for June 2nd, next week, before the County Board. Now, what is it all about? The number one reason the RA board has supported this Phase 2 plan amendment over the past year is that the residential plan densities in the stable neighborhoods, those are the areas to the north and south of the corridor, the green PRC areas in Kate's presentation. It's because the planned densities in those stable neighborhoods will better match what is there now on this new plan. This has been done through this new land use map. If you look over on the left, it has a lot more specific densities allocated to those neighborhoods. This is the old plan, which actually is the current adopted comprehensive plan. In fact, it's so old, it's black and white. I just noticed that coming up here, but it really is striking. Now, the old plan was back when you had a unified developer of Reston. It's been tweaked, but no major changes since then. It was a lot more flexible. It had many residential areas having higher densities than what ultimately developed into the stable communities. There was some protection against that, because at the time, they didn't know where to put the higher densities. That protection was down on the left. It was an overall population cap for the entirety of Reston, the PRC areas of Reston. So there was some protection against overdevelopment and overdensity, but not a very good one. The new plan provides much better protection for the existing communities within Reston. That's why this board, over the past year, has supported this effort for that main reason. Now, the County Planning Commission and staff recommendations are online. I think the RA website has some of it. The County Planning Office website has everything, including all the community outreach meetings and the input from that. This document was published by the Planning Commission and explains the recent changes they made to what staff had presented to them back on April 22nd. So what changes did they make? These large maps seemed like a good idea when I printed them, but not so much now. First one is removal of the requirement for village centers to undergo plan amendments in order to promote their development. Well, the main impetus behind this was Tall Oaks. So under the plan that's recommended by the Planning Commission and will most likely be adopted, the proposal for Tall Oaks, whatever its final form, if it remains a village center in the plan, will not have to undergo a plan amendment. Okay, so that's the first change. Here it is in the actual text of what they did. If you look down at the bottom on the left under process, staff's text was if the village center lacks a redevelopment option, which Tall Oaks and some of the others do, they're very flexible in general. If it lacks a redevelopment option in the comprehensive plan, a plan amendment is necessary. So that has been stricken. What they mean is, for example, Lake Ann went through this process as a separate plan amendment process. Very lengthy process, a lot of community involvement, and what came out of it was a very detailed, comprehensive plan, which they call the redevelopment option. So that is no longer a requirement. However, if you look over on the right, there is some protection there that if you are going to enlarge a village center's boundary and expand into the stable neighborhoods beside it, a plan amendment would be required. That's very important to leave in the plan. So that's a good protection. So what else did the Planning Commission do? Second thing they did is addition of language for Tall Oaks Village Center to recognize that the redevelopment may include a significantly reduced non-residential component and that any redevelopment should emphasize quality design and the creation of a neighborhood gathering place, which kind of goes without saying if you're going to be a village center. So that was the second change. Here's the actual change in the text of the comprehensive plan. From reading comments about the developer's proposal, which again is separate from the comp plan. The comprehensive plan is a guide 20, 30 years in the future. In case this particular owner doesn't proceed with these plans, you still need that guide in place. So they are two very different things. The community will have plenty of input on any specific proposals to implement what the comprehensive plan guidance is. But this is what the comprehensive plan will say as recommended by the Planning Commission. It talks about a mix of residential unit types and a much smaller non-residential component. Again, doesn't say how much smaller, but it does say much smaller. But again, that would be the details of a specific proposal. So what else did the Planning Commission do? And again, these are taken directly from the Planning Commission document. I didn't exercise any opinion as to what's important or not important. The last one is addition of language permitting the redevelopment of St. John's Wood Apartments in line with the applicant's proposal that was submitted during the study's open comment period. This will allow for the development proposal currently under review to be considered, not approved. So I want to clarify that because the first sentence is a little misleading. The second sentence, it just is an enabler. Remember, the comprehensive plan enables applications to be reviewed and worked out. This in no way is any comment that the county or its staff would approve the current proposal, but it does enable it to proceed through the process. This is the actual text for that bullet. Talks about the St. John's Wood apartment property is planned and developed with low-density multifamily residential use. That's what it is now. That's 15 to 20 dwellings per acre, generally garden apartment type densities. This is what was added as an option. The property may be redeveloped with medium density multifamily residential use under certain design conditions. Medium density is 21 to 50 dwelling units per acre, so a doubling could be possible under that plan language. And again, I emphasize that's just an enabler so that that application continues through the process. It's not a comment about the approvability of that application. So, how about some better news? There are other things that they did that were advocated by this board that I think are important. I've selected 3 of them. The first one is the development of Reston is guided by the Reston Master Plan, the use of the planned residential community zoning district, and planned community deed covenants, which is served as a general blueprint. That is what this board has been suggesting for quite some time be inserted in the plan, because landowners and anyone redeveloping within Reston really needs to know the role in the PRC areas that Reston Association plays, both in the zoning and after the zoning through the deed covenants. So this finally puts everyone on notice for that. Second thing, which is important, this is in the design principles section of the plan. Again, something that we've been advocating, this board has been advocating be inserted into the plan. Encourage innovation and creativity, continuing to build the model sustainable community. That's a fairly broad statement that can be applied in many instances in a zoning application and can link directly to a sustainability principles document that this organization intends to develop. So again, very important. Third thing, I won't read this, but basically what this is it expressly, for the first time in the comprehensive plan, identifies RA's role, as well as other groups, in the provision of parks, recreation, and other amenities, including cultural facilities, and states that redevelopment should provide for the needed increase to these facilities and programs which arise from the new development. The new development pays its own way and mitigates its impacts. Again, the important part here is the listing of RA as well as these other groups. And that's important as you evaluate applications and you get proffers in the future. So a big thanks to Planning Commissioner Frank De La Fay. Big thanks to Supervisor Hudgens, Goldie Harrison, her aide, and other aides in her office for getting those done. Those were added by them, not by staff initially. and kudos to the community and to this board for continuing to advocate for that. So, let's talk about Tall Oaks. Tall Oaks Village Center currently comprises 18 acres, which is in the red that you see there. Really has three main components. One at the top right is the assisted elderly living. To the left along Wheelie is a RA-owned common area strip of land, which is a fairly significant strip of natural wooded space and trail connections. In the middle is the shopping center. I know shopping center is not a good word in Reston, but that's essentially what it was over the years and continues to be. There's an office building, and then there's retail. It used to be the grocery store. Everybody knows the story of what happened there better than I do. Now, the redevelopment I was talking about, which is not the subject of this comp plan amendment, but has been shown to the community and is under discussion now, comprises the shopping center portion only, or a little over 7 acres of this 18-acre property. The comprehensive plan designation really encompasses the entire thing. Now, the current proposal by Jefferson Apartment Group that's under consideration and community input really can fit and be consistent with, yes ma'am?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
And can be consistent with two different comp plan designations. One is the existing village center designation, because that's a very broad designation. It can be a big village center like Lake Ann has become. It can be a tiny one like Tall Oaks was and will become under their proposal. So very broad definition. A more specific definition that has less breadth, that would not allow an expansion of the densities to a great extent, would be a designation of a convenience center and then a specific residential designation for a portion of that property too. So that was really the two options. And those options were discussed in community meetings. This board's position, as you recall, those of you that were here then, the majority of you, was really based upon those community meetings and the discussions that was held in those community meetings. Now that was before the Jefferson Apartment Group proceeded with their proposal. So let's look at some of these discussion issues. And this is the summary from the county's website. Under weaknesses, they said the center is hidden from view, needs better signage on the main road. Well, the only way to solve that is to encroach into the RA common and wooded area, which would be a concern. Second point, competition from Plaza America has supplanted Tall Oaks. Lack of residential density proximate to Village Center was a problem. Can never be big enough retail center to be viable. Not viable as single-use commercial center. High vacancy rates. Single access point poses a problem, needs multiple access points. And again, at the meetings, there was discussions of other access points, again, through environmentally sensitive land. Directly competitive with Wheelie, Reston East Transit Station area. Down under opportunities and suggestions, there was discussions of change to convenience center, park residential, demolish and make all residential. Keep assisted living, I mean everyone agrees with that, certainly the owner of that facility and the people who are in it. Create new access on Wheelie, as we talked about, improve visibility and signage. So again, there were a lot of discussion and ideas. You know, some good, some bad, depending upon your perspective. So that was really the context for this board's recommendation. Now, what designation is better? And really, does it matter at this point? Because the village center is such a broad designation. Well, let's take a look. This is a chart that has certain aspects to it. On the left is village center, on the right is the other choice of a convenience center designation and some specific residential designation. Will the restaurants remain? Yes, under both. Can there be additional residential? Yes, under both. Can there be reduced retail commercial than what pre-existed there? Yes, under both. The next one, which one does the landowner want? Well, the landowner wanted to stay as a village center. And by landowner, that's Jefferson Apartment Group. They did not want to change and be redesignated for convenience center and residential. Why was that? You know, it seems like they could go either way. Well, the next one, I think, is the reason. I'm not sure. If you change the comprehensive plan designation, then suddenly, again, you most likely have to change your development plan amendment to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Because remember, you've got, as we talked about with Reston National Golf Course, you've got 3 documents that need to be consistent with each other. The PRC plan, which is the detailed construction plan for the development, must be consistent with the development plan. That development plan is supposed to be consistent with the Reston Master Plan or the adopted comprehensive plan. So again, consistency is kind of a broad word and gets interpreted differently, but you have a lot better chance of saying, well, you need a development plan amendment if this was in the convenience center and residential designation. What does that mean? So what? What's the big deal with that? Well, that's a legislative zoning act where proffers can be offered to mitigate impacts, to deal with community concerns. It's not to say that you can't deal with those through the PRC plan process alone, but it just gives you another tool as a community and the county as a staff to make the development fit in. That's all. So again, I think that's probably the reason. Let's keep going down the chart. Is a comprehensive plan amendment required for that development? Well, no, because it would be under convenience center and residential, no. If it stays as a village center, now with what the Planning Commission has done, the answer would also be no. You don't need a plan amendment. You do need a PRC plan. You need those under either designation. Would it be a walkable community and have connections? Yes, under both. We have, through the land use review process that's been established over the last couple of years, input from the Reston committees, the Reston staff, and the Reston community, I think would demand that of this proposal, no matter what the comprehensive plan said. So I think the answer would be yes for walkable communities, even if it's a convenience center. I recall Shannon had a comment about the convenience centers needed to be more connected by paths and sidewalks, and she's absolutely correct, and I think that will happen. Can you expand the boundaries? Later on, if this proposal doesn't go through and someone else comes in with a different proposal, like Lake Ann, can you expand the boundaries? Under the village center, you're enabled to do that. You have to go through a comp plan amendment, but you are enabled to do that because it's expected, just like Lake Ann. Under convenience center and residential, you're really not expected to change those boundaries. You're going to define the residential around a convenience center, retail, personal service, restaurant area. At least that's the way it's supposed to work. As far as plaza community space, village center has the upper hand there. absolutely, that's a requirement of the comp plan and would be a requirement. Under convenience center and residential area, I would say a real strong maybe, because again, we have the land use input review process, and I think any plan is going to have a plaza and community space. Given the other language in the comprehensive plan that is in there. The adopted comprehensive plan, as we discussed before, really has a lot better bicycle and pedestrian multimodal access provisions in it, a lot more forceful for development. So those connect to these community spaces, and I think the answer would be a strong maybe. So not too much difference there. The last criteria, is there a difference in whether you can have higher intensity? Well, in the village center, you certainly can. You can have very much higher intensity as well as density of units, as you saw on the Lake Ann proposal. Under the convenience center and residential, really no. You really can't intensify it that much. You can alter it, you can change the boundaries between residential and convenience center uses, but you're really not going to have a wholesale intensification. So that's really the difference. I will tell you that at this point, with the public hearing coming up next week, the default is the Planning Commission recommendation, which is to continue as a village center with the modifications that we just went through about not having to do a comprehensive plan amendment. And the designation already allows, but the additional provision about allowing less retail and more residential just emphasizes that fact. So that's really the default that's going to the board. So this board can continue once again to say it should be convenience center and residential, or it cannot comment on that at all, and it will go forward as it is. Does it make that much difference at this point? I think as the chart identifies, not that much, given what the Planning Commission has done recently with the Village Center and the fact that no plan amendment is required. Would be nice to have them go through a development plan amendment, but again, it's just a matter of priority for this board. I know there are many in the community who feel it should remain a village center for various reasons. So my advice is from a land use perspective, I don't see a whole lot of difference other than that missed opportunity for the development plan amendment. Now, I'd be happy to answer questions, then I do have one more thing to go through that you need to know about. Yes, ma'am.
Flip back one slide.
I hope so. Yes.
Jeff, we want to start with you down?
Is that the right slide you want?
Yeah.
Did you have a question, or you?
I just wanted to get the
Oh, sure.
category.
And I do believe that it is in the Dropbox, and the board's Dropbox, so this whole presentation should be loaded in there.
It is.
So if you just hit
See it.
recycle or reload that Dropbox folder, you will see it in there.
Yeah, now the important part,
And so it'll be separate from your packet materials, it'll be a separate item in that folder itself.
the important part, and it's hard to do, is this is a comprehensive plan designation we're talking about. The proposal by Jefferson Apartment Group is a different, more detailed application. The two are linked, but not directly.
John, I guess the
Yes, sir.
question I would have is it seems to me that if we reaffirm the convenience center designation, it seems as if there's more opportunity for input into the development process because they have to go through the extra step. There's be more opportunity for community input.
Well,
Okay,
no,
I just
I don't want to
wanna
mislead
understand that a
you.
little better.
I don't want to mislead you that way, because they're done simultaneously. They'd be done as all one package of applications. What it really gives you is an additional club and additional leverage. But as far as time frame, they would all be done together. They'd do a PRC plan and development plan amendment simultaneously. They'd run concurrently. So the input's the same. So you still have all the input if it stays a village center that you would have otherwise. It's just a tool in your tool belt that you wouldn't have. Do you need it with this application? I don't know. It's difficult. I always like to have a full complement, but and at this point, with the community who's come out in favor of village center, certain portions of the community, with the landowner, with the planning commission, you're really swimming upstream to go back and insist or with your recommendation. Because they've had that recommendation for 5 months, 4 months, and it hasn't gained traction, I think, because of that resistance. So.
Okay, thank you.
Lucinda?
So the item that we're discussing is whether the Reston Association continues to advocate for the Tall Oaks Village Center to become a convenience center. That's what we're discussing, right?
Yes.
Well, I had voted against that recommendation when it came up the first time, and I still feel strongly that we need to continue to support the original vision for Reston and our values, which include the village centers. I think it's important for neighborhoods to have places to walk to. You know, if you could have all the paths you want and you know, call it walkable, but if you don't have any place to walk to, it's not really walkable. So that you know, doesn't really count. And also we have a plan, we have designations, and if we don't stick to those, we're setting a precedent that just tells people you can do whatever you want. It creates uncertainty in the marketplace, and it doesn't protect in existing investments, and it also kind of just tells people, you know, you don't know what's going to happen here. You know, if you invest in one thing and it's zoned some way, and then 5 years later somebody else comes in, your neighbor, and decides, you know, they want to change it, and we allow those changes to happen, then it's not going to be someplace that developers are going to want to invest in. I think it's really important for the community that lives in that area to have some places to walk to, and I also think it's important for the development community to see that the Reston Association and the Reston community has a vision and stands strong with it and will continue to support that vision.
Thank you. Julie?
Well, I have to admit, I'm still a bit confused. I wasn't on the board, so I don't know what the reasons were for taking the position of moving it to convenience and resident over village center. I'm looking at the list that John, you know, kind of shared, the net, and I thought I heard you say that it doesn't seem like it makes a whole lot of difference.
I think now that's correct. It was different back then, but now we've got the Jefferson Apartment Group proposal, and quite frankly, I don't think there's going to be a major difference in the end product that you see.
Okay, well, right now I don't really care what Jefferson is thinking about, because I'm looking at it in terms of, in general, like Lucinda said, what about another, you know, village center changing? And the steps that you indicate, you know, that would be a difference, or you said that it was different now than perhaps when the vote was taken back in February, whatever. Is that because of the additional thoughts that were being suggested in terms of doing a development plan or not doing a development plan?
I think that's part of it. Let me try to clarify. Back when the position was taken, it seemed pretty clear to most that this had failed as a village center, and there was much discussion over why. Most of that discussion coming from the private sector and from county staff was with the change in retail and how retail operates, specifically grocery stores and other retail, this was not a viable site. So the question was, how can it be revitalized to reach the full potential of what a village center is supposed to be? And remember, in this comprehensive plan amendment, there's text that talks about what a village center is supposed to be. And this board had input on that too. And what a village center is supposed to be is more on the line of South Lakes and Lake Ann, and have more of a mix of uses serving a broader community around it. And the fear at the time was, well, if it stays a village center, and again, who knows what will happen, but the fear was, if it stays a village center, perhaps the only way to make it into a viable, economically viable village center is to intensify not only the retail there to make it work, but more importantly, the residential around it that could walk to it, and it would be integrated with. And that, for many, and in my opinion, would be a problem because of the single loaded access North Shore Drive, as well as traffic. You have other issues that type density would bring, and changes that would bring to those existing stable neighborhoods. So that was the concern, because we didn't have the proposal from Jefferson Apartment Group that said, well, they weren't taking that approach to make it a village center. They were taking an approach which really put it on scale of a convenience center as far as square footage of and again, convenience center and village center, they kind of blur. One's generally bigger, one's generally smaller, but they all should have walkability, they all should have plazas. It's just a matter of, because
So both village and convenience center designations include the expectation that there is a gathering and open space area.
yes, village center is more explicit on that, but convenience center should. You can't look to the existing convenience centers as to what you want them to be in the future, because they're not that.
Right.
They're not that now, so.
Well, South Lakes doesn't have a huge gathering area either.
And that's a village center, exactly.
Right.
So again, we're talking about comprehensive plan concepts, not what's there now. We're trying to make it better in the future.
So a village center has requirements of having retail requirements, and a convenience center does not.
It does too.
It does.
Both of them don't have requirements. It's a guide.
Read the plan.
But when you read the plan and the definition of convenience center, which again was put in there in this new draft, and you read the village center, you'll find that both of them are meant to have retail, restaurants, personal services, things like that. So again, it's wrong and deceptive to look at the old convenience centers that you have now. We're trying to do something better for the community.
Okay, can I go back and ask one more question? Because it's
Yeah.
kind of related to this
Jeff,
discussion we have going on.
Are you finished, Julie?
Not yet, but I'll let
Okay,
him
all
off
right,
and you can
good.
come back to me.
Because it just gets to an important distinction for me. Because what I heard you say was that with in terms of the intensity of development that can happen, on the convenience center, the intensity levels pretty much stays the same.
Yeah.
Under a village center designation, the intensity level for retail as well as development of residential.
Doesn't have to, but it could.
But it could.
Because it's such a broader classification. It's
Right.
very broad. It can be a small village center and it can be a big one like Lake Ann.
So we could have 500 more apartment units or whatever.
Again, you have to go through the process,
Yeah.
so that probably wouldn't ultimately happen, but again, all we're trying to do here is just set up that guide, that tiered system throughout Reston.
So back to me. Okay, so.
It's a hard question. I mean, I don't know that there's unanimity anywhere
Well, I appreciate
in
this.
Reston or professional county staff on this question, so.
I appreciate this checklist because it's helping me sort some things out. So when I look at it, from things that I think might benefit us, Reston, you have a no, on the development plan amendment, you say no to village center, but yes to convenience center. It would seem to me that we would want, if I understand you correctly, to require that a development plan amendment happen. That would be in our favor.
It gives you another tool.
And we get the opportunity to have proffers in a convenience center versus the village center.
Again, in this
The way
this
you said
specific
it.
application based on the current zoning of that center, yes. What the current development plan shows.
He gets the proffers.
So
Okay.
again, how important is that? I can't tell you, but it's just an additional tool that could.
Because you can't require that the proffers come back to us. Okay. Expand boundaries. You said maybe on village center, but no on convenience center. Now, in my mind, that means that one couldn't, one wouldn't allow for encroachment upon our open space
Right.
and change their footprint than what it is that you showed
Right.
us in the map. That seems to be a good thing.
Right, and that might not happen in the village center, but it could. That's the difference.
And then the high-intensity GFA, that was a difference of a yes or a no. And by going to convenience center, it's your feeling that that would help us address the traffic issues, potential increase in traffic, as well as staying the density true to the original master plan?
I think as a general guide, absolutely, that's correct, because it's a narrower development pattern and options than a village center, which is so broad. Again, in this situation, as this is developed, does that make a difference? I can't tell you, because under the proposal they're proposing, if it comes down a little bit through the community outreach process, it's a little less dense, a little more retail, I think you get to the same point. But again, we're ignoring that in the comprehensive plan designation. The convenience center and residential is kind of planning it now. Here's what it's going to be. Whereas village center is, here's what it's designated. We know it's not working now, so you have a lot of flexibility to try to fix this and make it work under these criteria and principles.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I wish I could make it more black and white, but I just can't.
Well, the village center designation does not prescribe or require that you have a gathering area.
The village center?
It does.
It does.
It's listed in there. It's one of the design principles. So I would not say require, but it is a strong design principle.
But convenience center does not.
It does not, but I think through the review process, you're going to end up getting one anyway. I'm
Right.
pretty confident.
Okay.
True or false? Not a big difference between either.
True.
Community has come out saying they want.
True now, if this Jefferson apartment
Okay.
group really comes through to fruition, yes. In the abstract, I think there is a big difference.
Community center, community has come out saying they want a village center. True.
Yes. At least that's what I've read and heard.
But do they understand?
Now, the reasons for it are varied, so.
May I speak? I'm Jane LeBrow, and I live in Montana Woods West, which is walking distance to Tall Oaks. And we said, yes, we wanted to keep it a village center, but we weren't given all the facts about the difference between a village center and a convenience center. And I think that's important.
Okay.
Could you state your name?
Jane
and-
LeBreau,
And address?
1504
For the
Scandia
record.
Circle.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Danielle?
Village Center requires a neighborhood gathering place.
Yes,
It's true.
that's an
And-
advantage of it, yes.
And I really didn't see that in the Jefferson Apartment Group proposal. I only saw 5,000 square feet.
Well, that's why we're not done with that proposal yet, and it's very preliminary.
All right, thank you.
Counselor? Kate? Okay. Mike?
Yeah, I think a very thorough presentation. I need a little bit more clarification on the last three items here. Landowner wants this,
Yes, sir.
the development plan amendment, and proffers. From my perspective, I think proffers would be highly desirable for the Reston Association. I'm a little confused why the landowner wants to maintain the village center, or that seems to be their preference based on this analysis here. So if you could just...
I can answer that one. I think it is because they have gotten, right now it's designated a village center. Right now it has an old development plan that just says village center, residential, and the elderly housing. Very general. The law firm representing the owner got a determination from Kathy Belgian of county staff that meant, and that took over a year. Is any of this sounding familiar? That what that meant was they could develop their current proposal, that's how they shaped their current proposal, and be consistent with the comprehensive plan and their development plan. So that means all they need is a PRC plan. That's, I think, why. But
Okay.
you would have to ask them. But, and again, the village center, I probably would do the same thing for my client. It's such a broad category. I would have numerous options. If this proposal didn't go through, I would shift gears and try it the other way of more intensity to make it work. Because clearly the way it's developed now, I think most would agree does not work.
More intensity, residential intensity, of course.
Eve?
Did I hear you say that you thought that the county was inclined to leave it as a village center?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
That's the default.
So it's kind of a moot point.
It almost is a moot point, and that's why
But
I
I
tried to be clear.
do think it's important, and for the community to recognize that the village center designation, my concern would be, and maybe you can correct my opinion on this, would be for the future, that it just leaves it, leaves it vulnerable to a much more intensified development further down the road. I mean, I don't think that, obviously Jefferson does not want to go through the kind of amendments that have to go to increase density now. But if I were a developer and had purchased that property and it had that, and I looked at the surrounding neighborhood and the age of the neighborhood and the proximity to the metro, I would say, well, you might put an assemblage together. I mean, I actually had a planner say to me, well, you could buy España, the community right next door, and it could be a much bigger parcel then. I mean, so I think that it's not, is España the name of the?
Yeah.
It is, okay, I'm sorry. It would be a horrifying thing to have happen, obviously, but it seems like that's the risk associated with it, is 25 years down the road when the properties are 60 plus years old, and that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but,
Yeah, I think that's certainly a possibility. Probably somewhat remote. I think the more valid point that you made earlier was the village center is an enabler of more things.
right,
Convenience center and defining what the residential would be around it, you have less of a box to work with. It's more what you see is what you get. That's really the difference, quite
Right.
frankly. But again, the default is out there. The train's out of the station and almost at the destination. So
well, yeah, I mean.
it has to be something you really feel strongly about to, I think, to continue to make that comment.
Right. I think, obviously, you know, I've said this in the past, what we want is for the community to have a successful, vibrant neighborhood that provides for their needs and, you know, it sounds like our affirmation is not going to matter. So, you know, we will work with the community to make sure that the community gets out of this particular development effort, which is the other thing. I think it's unfortunate that this development effort came on as this question came up, because the two things are not really related. They feel related to the community, but they're not really related. And so, you know, for the community, what we want is what they want for their neighborhood, you know, vitality, and it's a great area, and I will be happy to see that development effort take place, to get it back in
Right,
shape.
and remember when this board did make that determination, there was never any thought of having no retail or convenience
Of course
uses.
not, yeah, no, yeah.
Or even the small number that's being proposed now. This board and the discussions that we had, it was always more than that.
Right.
Ken?
Well, first, I agree. I think it may be a moot point, but I think it's, from a clarity standpoint, we need to understand the community is very upset with a very preliminary proposal that is adhering to the designation village center. What they have put in play, again, very preliminary, is their interpretation, given their property rights under the designation as village center. So for the community to say we want a village center, know that the developer is already adhering to that and saying, I am doing that. It is a village center. That's what I'm building this to. The reason why I would still like to consider, but I think it is a moot point, but I think the concept of the convenience center would allow the community more tools to work with the developer more stringently to say, no, you do have some tighter reins you have to work with us on. It evens out at the end, but as you say, we do have a couple of tools in the quiver that we could work with to say, we know it's preliminary, you threw it out, you threw it across the transom, we didn't really like it, some of it we did, but know that they are going to continue to tweak and tweak and tweak to get to a place that they feel that they have a comfortable place to go forward with the county. I think under the convenience center designation, there's more opportunity for the community to get what they really wanted. Because right now, unlike what my esteemed director says, the precedent being set right now is you have a developer that's saying, it is a village center, and this is what I'm adhering to. Don't you like it? And the community said, absolutely not. And now you're telling us that you want us to bring them back to the village center concept. It's sort of, you're taking us in a full circle. The developer's going to go, great, that's where I started. What I don't want you to do is to turn it into a convenience center, because I will have to go through a development plan amendment. And I think the community should consider that. However, long story short, because of all of this, it's too late.
Right.
I think you said that's right. I think you're right. Train's out the door. We should have pushed harder on this way back when, and we're at where we're at.
Ray?
Thank you. I've done quite a bit of research on this and discussed this with quite a few people. And if I may, Lucinda, do you mind that if I take the piece that you just spoke about and used it for myself on the record, I want to agree with you and use that as my preamble for what I'm about to say. Mr. Rogers, thank you very much. This piece is absolutely exceptional, this analysis. And one of the people I talked to today from the center in great length was Sherry Herbert, who most of you people know from the Tall Oaks, is spearheading a lot of this. Mr. Rogers talks very quickly about the unprecedented nature of the transformation and uncertain impact means that we need a much more vigorous review of this proposal. That's absolutely true. And he talks about a radical reconception. I talked about it in terms of possibility of what they term now as a destructive innovation. Like in the old days, the old school way of saying is, let's get back to the drawing board. The new school way is, if it's not working, if it doesn't look right, let's just start all over again and get some innovative people in here to tell us how this thing really should look. Because I think the research that we've done, no matter how many hours you put in, no matter how much work people have done, it hasn't been adequate. I mean, we're talking about developing something in 2015, which we want to stay till 2055. So we want to get it right, and we want to get it right away. As for the Jefferson Group, that most people agree that design is nothing but a cluster. If you just looked at the renderings, if you didn't know it was Reston, you'd think this is just another community down in Arlington. There's nothing creative about it. There's nothing creative about the design, the architecture, the way it's set up. It just seems to be, how many housing units can I get in to a particular plot of land, and how can I say that retail's not going to work so that it can use more for housing units. It's quicker, it's easier, it's more profitable. I don't blame them for that. They are in private business. It's up to us to set a better standard. This assumption of retail failure, I don't need to make any apologies about open space, environment. Everybody knows I was a strong proponent for saving the golf course and am, for Tetra, for open space, and the like. However, there's no signage there. You drive by Wheelie, you don't even know Tall Oaks exists or what it is. And if we have to lose a few trees along the way to somehow put some kind of an effort to what we're looking at, thank you. I mean, sacrifice a few trees. If we need to make another way to enter the shopping center, this is not the most creative thing in the world. It's done all the time, all over the world, all over the country, and keeping within environmental standards. We should consider that. Get people in here who have done it well, and listen to them. Just get their input. We are not getting adequate input, even from the design and architectural experts that live in Reston. We should go even way beyond that, obviously. There's no telling what this could be. You know, you put a chic restaurant in there that becomes a cool place to be, some shops that are a cool place to be, things take off. Developers everywhere, no matter what their plans are, sometimes they fail and they have to move on and change it. Oftentimes they exceed beyond their wildest expectations. These things about what's going to succeed and what's not going to succeed. You know, you live in a vibrant, creative community, town, economy. We don't know how good this can be. Instead of just comparing it to a lot of our village centers, which are basically just strip shopping centers right now, and saying, well, what are they doing in South Lakes? Well, what are they doing in North Point? To some degree, who cares? This is a blank canvas at Tall Oaks with a fabulous location. Mostly just a paved parking lot right now. This is a perfect mosaic for a good developer to work with and really turn it into something extremely positive. It may be something we're not even thinking about right now, but there are a lot of people out there who give them a few weeks, let them see the property and let them use their expertise. They will come up with really good plans. I'm sorry, Jefferson Group's probably great people. I just don't see it. Bob Simon said this is a huge missed opportunity. He's absolutely correct. What they came up with and what they proposed to him and to all of us was just so vanilla. It was just Arlington-esque. I just don't see it. The current form of Reston, that Reston uses to get the voice of the people, talked by Mr. Rogers in here, that's also true. I mean, I've learned more in the last few weeks talking to residents around there and talking to Sherry and some others about what's going on, what they want to see, than I could possibly have gotten from all these meetings and everything else. All of us need to do more of that. All of you need to do more of that. You have a representative for the area. You have 4 at-large representatives representing you. You know how to get hold of us. Feel free to do so. And we should do the same with you. The talk about previous retail failure. It's no secret about the previous owner. He was lax in maintenance. He was not responsive. He almost acted as if a lot of these places wanted to fail. There was no real support. We sort of let that, once you get into a deteriorating situation, you go either direction, but if you're in a deteriorating situation, it tends to continue. A trend in motion is likely to stay in motion. And there's no reason that it should continue to be that way. We talk about sustainability, and we talk about the possibility of cultural facilities in there. This is really difficult to predict. It's really difficult to predict if the whole village center concept makes sense, because I look at North Point, which I go to all the time, but it's really a strip shopping center. It's not really a village center. And we can do better than that. We're told, why not make it a model for something in the future, particularly the residents there? And if you add another 100 or 200 residents in there, what's that going to mean? That could be life or death for the sustainability of the new retail. And we're not talking about just servicing an existing community. We got, let's call it 150 new people, for new units in there. That could be a huge shot in the arm, particularly if you have the kind of chic place that they want to go to. That, you know, I'm assuming that the apartments or condos there will be a more upscale variety, more along the lines of the Harrison. The Harrison has huge amenities. Most of the new developments, they have huge amenities. I look at this Jefferson plan, I don't see any of that. I look at the piggyback 4-level 2-on-2, and I look at it compared to what Miller and Smith did at West Market, a beautiful job in one of the communities. It's not nearly, the renderings there don't look nearly as good as the one over in West Market. Why don't we bring in a Miller and Smith type of a firm who does this? They've done it at One Loudon. Look at the stuff that's being done down in Delray, which was just a wasteland not too long ago. It can be done, especially here. It's being done all over the town. This is one little pocket which, for some reason, has been allowed to just disintegrate. And if you came in from out of town and just drove in there and looked at it, you'd say, yeah, it's a totally disintegrated neighborhood. But it's not. And we know it's not. You know it's not. And it's not what it can be. Instead of looking at it the way it is, why aren't we looking at it for what it can be and should be and will be if we just put our minds to it and do what we should be doing, what we could be doing? The village center designation, there's all these that I haven't really paid much attention to in the past, but convenience center versus village center. But the designation is important symbolically. In fact, the village center's designation throughout Reston should be taken more seriously, symbolically. We need to renovate that, revitalize the whole concept. People around the country look at us. We're in the top 10 in the nation. Whether we will be this year or not, I don't know. But we need to stay there. We need to try to move up to number 1, not stay at number 7. It can be done.
Ray, is this a filibuster by chance?
Yes, it is a filibuster. Thank you for interrupting me. I'm not ready to yield the floor yet. So anyway,
Broke his stride.
you know, you get on a roll and then somebody interrupts you. What are you going to do? But I think I've said enough. I think you guys understand my point here. The conclusion for me is we need a lot more community input here. The community needs to get hold of the representatives as well. If I can have long discussions with your leaders, any of us can have those same discussions. We may not agree, we may not disagree, but how else am I going to learn? There's other people I've reached out to who haven't returned my calls. So I want to hear from the people who live there, who know the area. I want to hear from the architects, the designers, the people who know and have done this and have built developments from scratch. And this is a prime area of land. I mentioned Miller and Smith before. The head of land development is telling me they are buying land now in Stafford because they can't find anything in Fairfax or Loudoun. So this is a prime piece of land ready for development in a great growing neighborhood with a metro down the street, town center not far away. There's plenty of population to support it and will attract population from other areas. So I want to see more community input. I want to see more design input. I want to see more working together across lines throughout the community. I've said enough. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucinda, for getting me started on this. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. That was a good piece.
Thank you, Ray, and John, thank you so much.
He's got, I know he has one
Yep.
more piece
Oh,
for you,
I'm
but
sorry.
I know, but that's, but I know that you
Yeah.
wanted to take action on something too,
No.
so.
Should I do the board motion? or should
Could
Let him finish and then you
Okay,
can, yeah.
all right. John, the floor is yours.
Okay. Again, just summarizing, I think there's three things everyone will agree to, probably in this room and certainly on the board, that there is a difference of opinion. There always has been about Tall Oaks recently. Number two, this community discourse is a good thing, and ultimately whatever happens there is improved by this community discourse and the engagement by those community members who maybe otherwise wouldn't unless the comp plan and this application came together. And three, again, the comp plan has so many good things that we push very hard to get. I wouldn't want this to jeopardize or delay that comprehensive plan for Reston being implemented, especially, as I said, with the proposal in front of us, which again, it's hard to talk about the comp plan and not talk about the proposal. So I think we would all agree that any delay is really not worth it, given the situation we're in. There were good reasons for what the board did, not unanimity, but again, good reasons. And I think now there are good reasons for letting the comp plan move forward as it is. That would be my suggestion, kind of as a summary of the discussion. But let's go on to something that's coming out after the comprehensive plan, because we don't want to give you any rest.
All
right, let's see. Wrong way, I'm sorry. Now, what's coming up after this is there's another county change on the horizon for Reston. It's a change to the PDC and the PRM zoning districts. Remember, those are the zoning districts that have the requirements of how you develop within the Dulles Toll Road corridor, within the Phase 1 transit station areas. These are going to be coming up over the summer. The board's expecting to endorse some sort of amendments. Their plan is, I think, in the early fall, or let's just say the fall. So what do they say? Well, one in front of that. First one is allow the board to increase a maximum FAR, which is floor area ratio, it's the intensity of use, in the PDC and PRM districts from 2.5 and 3.0, which is the current ordinance, to 5. It's over double. When the development is in, and the important one there is the TSA. Most of the area within the Dulles Toll Road corridor is in TSAs, which are transit station areas. This is staff. We are also deleting the provisions in PDC that required certain features like increased open space, unique design features, below grade parking, etc., in order to increase FAR above the base level. Now, I think that sounds a little worse than hopefully it'll end up being, but it is an important ordinance change that I think this board, and more importantly, the community, needs to be aware of and engage themselves in. Here's another change. Modify the provisions for open space in the PRM district, which is what most of the new residential development's going to be, in those corridor areas, to require that such may consist of parks, urban parks, in accordance with the comprehensive plan standards, or other park-like elements such as streetscape, courtyards, plazas, trails, outdoor recreational facilities, landscape rooftops, green roofs, etc. And then it goes on. And again, that the important part about that is you have to be careful that whatever this ordinance change ultimately is, it does not allow development to have thin strips and mini landscaping and mini parks and pocket parks and not honor the natural environments and the mature trees and the consolidation of open space that is a Reston hallmark when you drive through Reston, even in the commercial areas. Instead of spreading the landscaping out in thin little strips, you have it more concentrated in corridors that interconnect. So again, these are the tools that are used for development. It's not a guideline. This is the zoning ordinance provisions, the next level down of detail and tools. So it's just something that I think the Reston community will be interested in, certainly should be. Thank you.
Thank you, John. As always, very complete and very interesting and very informative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Board, we have several options on a motion tonight.
Do that later.
What do you want to do?
Go back to Julie so she
Can we proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The first board motion would be to move to reaffirm or change the association's original position requesting that the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors delete Tall Oaks Village Center from the list of village centers and add it to the list of convenience centers, thereby allowing it to be redeveloped to residential and convenience center uses. That's number one. The second one, I certainly would like to thank Mr. Rogers for his input on this motion. This is the alternative. The Tall Oaks Village Center should be redeveloped to include a substantial residential component. In addition, the center should include neighborhood serving retail and services and a public open space oriented to the Tall Oaks Assisted Living Facility. So you have two choices. And I guess I need to go around the room and see who's choice one or choice two. Can we start with you, Jeff?
Choice one.
Choice one should be moved to reaffirm.
Correct.
Or change.
Or change.
So which one do we choose?
So we need to
Which one are
choose
we-
one for the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
And then the
you're-
second one
Was,
is from Mr. Rogers.
Right.
The second one. I think let's go with the first motion.
you're saying the first?
Yeah.
Which,
But to change or affirm?
To reaffirm.
reaffirm.
Would be the motion, and then people can decide whether to do it or not.
Reaffirm or change?
Right.
Okay.
Is there an error? There's an error in that. We're either saying we're going to reaffirm it, or we're going to do,
Or we're gonna let it ride.
Right.
Okay, so I should take out change?
Or change.
wait,
It's one or the other.
right.
You reaffirm it or we change it to
Change our
Village
position.
Center?
Okay.
What's the quickest way to the end game here?
Get a motion in a second on the tables of the board.
So I move to accept the Rogers motion. The Rogers motion being the one that was read
Right.
by Ellen.
The last one.
And I second that.
Yes.
Okay.
Could someone restate what that
That's-
motion is,
Rogers
please?
motion.
Okay.
Well, can we?
Do you want me to read
let's
it again,
Yeah.
Julie?
Yes.
The Tall Oaks Village Center should be redeveloped to include a substantial residential component. In addition, the center should include neighborhood serving retail and services and a public open space oriented to the Tall Oaks Assisted Living Facility. Did we have a second?
Mike, second.
Okay.
Or- I'm sorry.
Is there
Ellen, or,
discussion?
sorry,
Julie?
Danielle, second. I
Okay.
moved.
So discussion now.
Are we ready for discussion? Let's start with Ray.
Let me make sure that I'm in full understanding here. Under number 1, to reaffirm.
No.
No,
That's-
No, that's not what we're discussing.
We
That's
have
not
a
on the
motion on the
table at all.
table.
We're just doing the motion.
We're doing two.
Doing the
Just two.
suggested motion by,
Yes,
Mr. Rogers.
I am going along with Mr. Rogers, yes.
Okay, yes for Mr. Rogers. Ken?
Yes, with Mr. Rogers.
Also, yes.
Mike?
I'm for Mr. Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Jeff?
I think it's a great aspirational statement.
Okay, is that a yes?
It's a great aspirational statement. I don't think it helps move the ball anywhere, but it's a great aspirational statement.
Lucinda?
Yes.
Julie?
I vote yes.
Okay.
Based on what guidance we've been given as to where the county's going. I think that statement is exactly, as you say, aspirational, and it serves everything that we want it to do.
Okay.
Yes for Mr. Rogers? Should he stand up or something?
We're going to applaud him in a minute.
Maybe we should stand.
Maybe we
Mr.
should stand up,
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Stand up, Mr. Rogers.
All right,
Okay.
so vote?
All right, so, I'm
Call the
sorry.
question.
Call the vote.
I'm ready for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained. Thank you very much, Board. Why don't we take
Thank you,
a
Mr.
5-minute
what about-
health break?
What about the vote on the village center
versus the
versus
convenience.
the
We just
did.
convenience
We
center?
just did.
No, that was not, that was just a wonderful statement that was very well done.
The incorporated village center.
That didn't solve that problem, at least
We're having a
as a
discussion
resident,
out of order.
I don't think it solved that issue.
I agree.
I thought that it said village center.
I believe that the motion that you read, Ellen,
Yes.
did include the word village
Center.
center,
Does.
which
Yes.
would negate, you know,
Right.
It says
in
center,
aspiration,
yeah.
I guess.
We have
the
gone to
original
village
motion.
center.
We have gone to
Right.
village center.
Okay.
So it was no convenience.
Because.
No
convenience.
Right.
It's not convenient. That's-
The Tall Oaks Village
Excuse me,
So there was no vote.
please,
Let's go.
little decorum here. 5-minute health break.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
I don't think that's what we said.
We did, we said village center.
fine, anyway, so that's what I thought.
It's a tough crew.
Huh?
It's a tough crew.
It is, yeah. Oh, we're waiting for Eve and Kate, right? And Ray.
He was here.
I love what you see, you are too funny.
Mic's on, please.
Very good.
We're on item H, document management project, proposed implementation schedule, and proposed expenses. In March 2014, the Board of Directors identified the strategic area of focus, technology, as one of its priorities. To achieve the goal of actively meeting the needs of members, staff, and community through the effective use of technology, the board directed staff to focus on the objective of using integrated technologies to improve service delivery, including more efficient and timely communication and faster financial transactions. Specifically, we asked staff to develop a phased implementation plan to provide streamlined administrative processes, property records. $160,000 was set aside in the 2015 Capital Assets Acquisition Fund for the purchase of equipment/software related to acquiring a document management solution that would enable the association to build capacity by leveraging technology to create operational efficiencies and reduce the impact on labor and monetary resources. This was especially important in the area of covenants administration, where staff was and is still collecting and retaining information on paper for design review and property inspections. I cannot believe this is happening in 2015. After much research over the past year, staff has identified two interrelated solutions to achieve our directive and developed a phased implementation plan to put in place an integrated technology solution that does not require the association to expend capital dollars, but instead provides a long-term, scalable solution to meet the organization's and ultimately the community's future needs. This evening, staff will provide the board with an overview of their implementation plan. At the conclusion of the presentation, the board will be taking action to move the originally approved $160,000 set aside in the 2015 Capital Assets Acquisition Fund to the 2015 Operating Fund for the purchase of equipment/software related to acquiring a document management solution. Kate, I turn the floor over to you and to your team for the implementation presentation. Your team here?
Yes, ma'am, they are. Ellen and Melissa will be joining me here in just a second. I wanted to just take a quick opportunity to go over kind of just a timeline history of where we are. Ellen went over it briefly there, but I do want to take a chance to go through it again. So November 2013, the Board of Directors approved the 2014 and 15 budgets. They allocated $160,000 for a document management solution, and they asked to put that in the capital asset acquisition fund. At the time, it was thought that if we're going to do a document management solution, it's going to require equipment to do that, equipment that we would have to purchase and bring in-house. In March 2014, as one of the strategic priorities of this board, the board directed me to develop a phased implementation plan to provide a streamlined administrative process to increase productivity and enhance outreach efforts by digitizing the association's property records. On March 2015, 1 year later, we provided the first draft of that implementation plan to the board planning committee. And we alerted the committee at that time that we were going to need to transfer the dollars that were allocated to the new, or to the capital asset acquisition reserve fund over to operating, because over the past 2.5 years, or a year and a half at that time, we had learned that technology had gotten better and that we could put a lot of information in the cloud. Not only put the information in the cloud, but use software applications to retrieve that information once it was there. But they did ask us, the board planning committee said we need a little bit more detail. So we worked on that again, came back earlier this month to now the board operations committee, and they directed us to go ahead and earmark time in front of you to present that implementation plan. So that's where we are. Something important when we talk about document management for Reston Association, Ellen alluded to it for just a minute, and I do want to give you literally a picture of what Reston Association's documents look like. This is one of our rooms, a little bit larger than this conference center, that holds all of our property records. Our total file room space at the headquarters facility is over 2,600 square feet. That's a lot of space. You could fit a family in that, right?
It's bigger than a house.
Bigger than a house. Right now, it holds both property finance records for residential units. So my unit, in fact, I asked staff to pull my file, Reston, two different files, thank goodness, right? This is my property file, it's thin. Fortunately, my property hasn't had a lot of changes made to it. This is an alternate property in Reston. This is might be a typical property, been around for a long time. There's a lot of case history just on the covenant side. We have a whole separate room in the association for our finance files for each of these two properties separately, in a separate room, in a separate part of the building, okay? In addition to those files, we also have all of our plats, all those historical plats. I'm going to say the number, you're going to hear it again, plats that date back pretty far in Reston's history. I put my clicker in the wrong place, sorry about that. In Reston's history, a lot of them go back to 1964.
Wow.
They're Mylar plats. This only goes back to 1985. Multiple pages in long flat files. You can see them here in the photograph. They go all the way back, and in another section that go all the way back just in that room. There are more across the organization. 55,000 of these types of documents. We have a sprinkler system that serves as fire suppression, and that's it. So, since 2012, I've been working really hard to get this under control, because that scares me. This is Reston's history. It's everybody's property file. So, we worked really hard to come up with an implementation plan that we'd like to implement sooner rather than later. A lot of work has been done by Melissa and Anna. Melissa's going to go over the administrative part of it, the dollars and cents. Anna's going to take some time to talk about the research she's done to find the two firms that we want to work with in order to get this digitized and in a retrievable and usable form. They're going to walk through that with you right now for questions. It is a multi-year implementation plan. It goes from 2015 through 2016 and 17 and beyond. So the information they're going to provide covers the remainder of this year plus the next 2 years. But there are some long-term costs associated with this because we're not just buying a piece of equipment, we're buying licensing to do things for the long haul. I'm going to zip it and not steal the thunder of Melissa, who's coming up next.
So just to give you a quick overview, and I apologize, it's smaller than I intended for it to be, but a lot of information. So a project summary from that standpoint, there's approximately 1,200 boxes of documents and 33 instead of 55, 33,000 large plats that we're moving from paper to electronic format. In addition, in scope on this project and what we'll be talking about tonight is implementing community management software system, and that's what Kate mentioned, that later Anna will be talking about that particular vendor. Objectives of the project: to better serve membership, better access by having the records electronic, reduce or completely eliminate risk associated with maintaining the paper documents, and experience and leverage operational efficiencies through the use of this technology. So project costs, and I will be going into more detail on the costs in just a couple slides, but $326,000 for project, the total project costs. $279,000 of that is to convert the paper documents to electronic. $47,000 is for the implementation costs for the community management software. So within that $47,000, there is $32,000 of that that's actually to get us the licensing fee through the end of 2015. The other $15,000 is for implementation costs that have to do with the data that we need to go from when we actually scan the documents into the community management software. So there's a cost associated with getting that information into the software. And then additionally, implementation includes staff training, having a dedicated account rep to help us through the implementation process. So that's within that $47,000. And then as Kate mentioned, the monthly licensing fee will be $4,500. So that's the ongoing cost that she's referencing, was $4,500 a month, and that's licensing. And again, we're asking tonight for you all to consider moving the $160,000 that was originally approved for capital expenditure over to operating. Kate covered most of this, but a little bit of history. So basically what we've done since 2013, in addition to that 160 that was approved for digitizing records, there was also 130,000 that was approved for CRM tool. That's a separate project that we will be talking about later. So we're focused tonight on the document management piece. 2014, we went through the process of interviewing a number of vendors, both on the document scanning side and on the Covenant's community management software, and then also looking really closely at what made the most sense to meet our needs. And as Kate mentioned, that is, for our recommendation, is cloud-based rather than an in-house system. And then to date, we have finalized our vendors. We'll give you a little more information on those. And then, again, looking for that 160 transfer so we can get the project executed. In looking at proposed phased plan, we took a very close look at not only which area in the company presented the most risk in keeping paper documents, but also the department or business area that we could experience the most significant operational efficiencies. So Covenant's was the natural fit. They are regularly, daily accessing property records, and it's really a big component of their job and research involved in their job. So phase one is covenants record management, along with initiating a small portion of digitizing the finance records. It's about 20%, so 370 boxes for covenants, 80 boxes for finance in 2015. Associated costs, $128,000, and then that $4,500 a month licensing fees through 2015. The phase two was going to be all the other association documents, so that's HR, the rest of finance, Parks and Rec, RA property records, and the substantial number of large plats. So again, breaking that down, we're trying to look at a time frame of through mid-2017, excuse me, cost $198,000, the $4,500 monthly license fee. In addition, in 2016, because we will have those historical documents resting in the community management software, there's a $500 a month fee for us to keep that historical data. For any new data that goes into the community management software, there is not a charge for us. So that's only associated with the historical data that we scan and put into the software. So just a point of clarification. So phase one, and this is where we're going to talk through a little bit more detail on the costs. You'll notice that this is, as I referenced, scanning the covenants records, implementing Smart Webs, which is the community management software. We're looking at June, July timeframe to get those things started. And then scanning 20% of the finance records would be end of summer, early fall, with completion in 2017. So that would require additional funding, because what we're looking at is the 160 that's currently approved. Another item to note is the cost per box is $180 that our vendor MVLE has quoted for us. Within that $180 is heavy prep, so what I'm referencing is taking out all the staples, the binder clips, getting everything ready to actually scan. That vendor will do that for us. In addition to making sure that we have an accurate inventory of everything that they have on site. And so that's the covenants records, it's 370 boxes. The 20% of finance is 80 boxes. And in that covenants Smart Webs line was what I just referenced earlier. So that includes on this slide the $32,000 that goes to licensing fees, which is an ongoing monthly cost to get us through the end of 2015, along with the one-time implementation data service costs. Phase two, so finance, HR, finishing finance, HR, Parks and Rec, property and large plats. Again, the $180, the difference here is when you look at the large plat line, it's $1.88 essentially per plat. So that gets us down to bottom line of $198,000 for phase two. So this gives you the total between phase one and phase two. And we've noted on the bottom that we did not include in that total project cost line, $326,000, does not have the $4,500 plus $500 monthly licensing fees. So we've locked that in through 2017 with Smart Web, so it will be $4,500 a month, but it is not in the $326,000. I'm gonna let Anna take over to give you a little bit more information about the vendors. Yes, Julie.
So the $4,500 per month, you only included 2015s?
Yes. It'll be the ongoing cost, so it'll go through the budget process in 16 and 17 in Anna's budget.
So our intent would be to budget this as a part of doing business as we do the 16-17 budget. Say, okay, we know it's going to be $4,500 a month, for the next 2 years, because we've locked that in with this firm. And, you know, probably mid-2017, we'll have to renegotiate the contract with them. Ultimate goal is always to keep the same monthly fees if possible. So that would be the aim on that. So the best solution that we found is one that's cloud-based and licensed.
Okay, so I wanted to give you some information on the two vendors that we have identified for the document scanning and for the community management software. I will say that for both vendors, one thing that we've been very happy about is that obviously one of the requirements for us for choosing the vendors was their level of responsiveness as we were reaching out to gather information and to ensure that they were responsive to us and to our needs. And the common denominator between both vendors is that their level of responsiveness was extremely good. We would get, anytime we asked for information, we would get a response of either the same day or by the next morning. And that was, again, a common denominator for both companies. And we felt that that's the type of response we would seek from a company that we would want to be associated with on a project of this size. So we were very happy with that. So MVLE is the vendor that we have identified as the viable option for the document scanning. They are a local nonprofit agency with offices in Springfield and Chantilly. They came highly recommended to us because of their flexible and scalable approach to projects. They actively work through Xerox, so they provide the advantage of meeting the technology requirements that we're seeking. But they are also a community-focused agency that creates meaningful employment opportunities for individuals with disabilities and for military veterans. So that community focus is something that's very important to us because it meets a lot of different requirements for us. Their facility meets and exceeds government security regulations. They have several levels of security in their facility, so that's obviously very important. And their staff is required to go through rigorous screening processes. They go through security background checks every year, and they also sign I just got a blank. Agreements and, you know, I'm sorry? Confidentiality agreements, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm starting to get tired.
It's the lateness of the hour.
You always make me go late. So as Melissa mentioned, they are going to be providing the document preparation, which means, you know, taking paper clips, staples out of documents and getting them all prepared for scanning. They'll do the indexing, and additionally, should we need to place the documents and house them out after the scanning process, they're willing to store them until we go through a quality check process after they're scanned to ensure that all the scanning has been done adequately. So if we want to store them until such time as we've, you know, made sure that, you know, all the documents have been scanned appropriately, they will store them until we feel that they can either be destroyed or we may choose to house them in an off-site facility. And they've told us they will do that for us at no charge. So in summary, for us, this option of vendor is, you know, is viable because they've proven ability to improve our business processes, increase our workflow productivity and security, and they are going to provide a customized solution to our organization-specific needs based on what we have put down as requirements for this project. So the next vendor that we've identified for the community management software is SmartWebs, as you heard Melissa mention. So SmartWebs is a cloud-based customizable software, which is accessible both from desktops and mobile devices. And it also allows us to have dynamic report writing abilities, which is very important to us because we do, in covenants, we lack some of those abilities right now. So that was one of the things that we were really looking for. The company has a history of promptly acting on customer feedback to further develop the software to meet the customer's needs. So that gives us an additional level of confidence that it will be able to meet our current needs as well as future needs as we grow. So some of the items that it will provide immediate impact on are things like online access in the field to instantly create compliance letters with integrated pictures and immediate storage. Online DRB application submittal for members, online application review and automated notification letters. Efficient staff access to historical records with reduced search time. And like I said, reporting capabilities that would allow us to track staff and workflow efficiencies, which again, we lack right now, so we'll be able to better track, for example, how many, outstanding violations we have, how many DRB applications we have that are open or closed. So the reporting capabilities are much greater than what we have now. So we've reached out to references that vary in size, geographical location, and membership size to obtain some of their feedback. And across the board, their feedback was fantastic. So we received comments that, I want to give you sort of like their quotes to be exact. Some of their feedback was, quote unquote, the system is robust, intuitive, efficient, and reliable. Another quote was, great gains can be seen in time management. Another quote was, SmartWeb support is highly responsive and capable and will go out of their way to satisfy you. And last but not least, have used a number of software systems and found SmartWebs to be the very best tool available. And this is just some of the feedback. I have some very thorough feedback, market research feedback that I've been able to gather that's in the Dropbox in the appendix that you can certainly refer back to. So I can't stress enough that the level of customization that this software makes available to us is really important to us because the community management requirements are very specific. This industry really requires specific software that we feel is very important. To be able to have customization available in software is very necessary. And software that we were able to look at and demo was very rigid in their application and did not allow for a lot of customization. So this was another reason why we looked at SmartWebs. They specifically look and adapt to violations, processing, and architectural review. So they're very specific to these two applications. So they sort of, it's sort of like their niche in this industry, and that's important to us because we are lacking in our department in this area, and we feel that it will help us in our efficiencies, and we'll be able to, the time that we will save in these efficiencies, we'll be able to dedicate to other areas that and projects that we haven't been able to dedicate ourselves to. So we are estimating that our efficiencies will probably increase by at least 40% at this time.
Click the button. I'll bring it home. Okay. So, because I know Sean's going to want me to turn my microphone on and go back. So the bottom line is, we really want to try and reduce risk in what we've got on site now. We want to promote sustainability, and we want to do that through the utilization of more environmentally friendly processes. So we're tired of making copies, buying paper, using toner, and all of that. If we can avoid it, we'd like to. So we'd like to go electronic as much as possible and put it in place. We want to leverage these efficiencies, as Anna said, so we can redeploy our resources, and those resources are staff. Instead of them going out in the field, taking this clipboard and this exact sheet of paper with them to take notes on every property that they look at. Then they come back, hand key all of that in, print out a letter, put it in the mail. How long do you think that takes them to do? We have over 21,000 properties in Reston. That's just residential. That does not include the commercial that comes under us, nor does it include all of RA's common areas. That's a lot of paper.
Too long.
That takes a lot of time at a desk. I want to redeploy our staff in the field so that we can work on optimizing member experiences and get this stuff digitized, put it online, because the next step in the next year or so, when we work with smart webs, because they hear the need, is to make sure those documents are now available to the individual property owners so they can look at their file on their own in a secure manner. That's the goal, and those are the next steps. And the last piece that I will leave you with is the picture of that room. Okay, I'm done. Pointer doesn't want me to go anywhere, right? End show. No, there we go. Done. Awesome.
So can I make a
Motion.
motion? Ready?
Yes,
Board motion, move to authorize staff to reallocate the $160,000 set aside in the 2015 Capital Assets Acquisition Fund for the purchase of equipment/software related to acquiring a document management solution to the 2015 operating fund. Can I get a second?
Second.
Oh. Oh, lots of seconds, all right. Okay, discussion. Jeff, you want to start with you? You look like you're ready.
I'd like to make all this go away, all this paper stuff go away too. I'm completely on board with that.
Okay.
I want to better understand the connection between the document scanning effort, the 346, and the application that we just, the smart web thing.
Smart webs.
Are those two things
They,
directly related to one another, or are the documents we're going to scan be standalone and be out there and accessible, or are they integrated with the new application?
they can be separate, but we're choosing to integrate them, at least for the governance team. It's not, I mean, for finance and HR, they'll be scanned for ease of access and for security and safekeeping. But for the governance team, we're choosing to integrate them because once they're scanned, the smart webs technology will allow us to link them to smart webs, so we will have access to them digitally through smart webs. So they can be independent and separate of each other, but we're choosing to integrate them because smart webs is allowing us to integrate them together.
Smart Webs is giving you the pointers to that data
Correct.
storage.
Correct.
So governance will do that, but for the other documents, they're going to be stored in the cloud somewhere. And I guess I'm just trying to understand the.
They're all in the same file. They're all stored in the
So,
same.
so
I'm trying to
the,
understand how these things relate to one another.
Good, no, it's a
and the
good question.
ongoing costs associated with the smart web
Okay.
thing. So I understand the 346 for the
Yeah.
document scanning.
Okay, Kate?
so, all of our property files, so that's going to include all of those large plats, all of the files that you see in that room. We have similar files in a couple of other areas in this building, as well as at our central service. So anything having to do with property, land use, design, whatever it might be, will be accessible technically through smart webs, because we can expand, we can go into the commercial, we can go into common area, which we'll be looking at to talk with them about as well. The finance file is different. That's going to require a different application that we will be working on with the CRM so that we can have the same type of technology. We need to find a good vendor for that over time that links into our current system that we have just for finance association processing. HR files, we have a whole nother program called HR Actions that those files can be linked to. So that software already exists as well. So it's just getting, for that, it's getting those documents in there. For Smart Webs, I specifically chose the albatross in the building, and that is covenants. All that's covenants. And the interest there was to take some failing systems. They have technology systems that they're working from right now that are broken. They print out reports that are incorrect. They have to hand correct those. And they've been waiting for a solution for a while. Anna, I give her huge credit, saw the opportunity to say we can do this better because her staff are pulling their hair out. They can't stand the system they're working for now. It sounds like push a button, go get a cup of coffee. Maybe the report will be done when they get back, or the letter. So she and her team were the ones who took the time to investigate all of the different community association programs that were out there. It just so happens that it also integrates, we'll be able to not only load what we have, but anything new we'll be able to store in this file system as well with SmartWebs.
Okay.
It is a licensing fee. Because we don't hold the software on site in our servers, we're choosing a cloud-based solution because it's more effective. It's constantly updated. We don't have to worry about constant server updates and making sure we have the right version.
Right.
That's what we get with this license with SmartWeb. So the first piece of it is we have to get what's in that room in a system and secure now. MVLE, from what I understand, once they scan that, there is no additional cost for them to hold our documents, our paper documents. I want to get that out of this building as soon as we can. They'll hold it. There are some documents that are historical that we may want to send over to George Mason University's historical file as well. So we have an opportunity to do that and reduce the risk that's on site right now. So the ongoing costs from now until the end of 2017 is $4,500 a month. I want that to continue to be that price going into 18, 19, and 20. It depends on the vendor and the contract that we negotiate. Right, but it's to not only access the historical files, but to put new documents in as we create them through the Smart Webs program.
So the Smart Web is essentially going to be about $60,000 a year in perpetuity in terms of ongoing cost.
You want to get that out of here. I'll back that electronically.
It's the cost of doing
The
business.
licenses, yeah, no,
Right.
okay, yep. I understand that.
Yeah.
No.
That's more offices, more meeting rooms.
And the cost of storing the digitized records that SmartWeb is going to link to, some of the applications may link to, is there an ongoing cost associated with retaining those digitized records? In terms of, are they stored on the web, on the cloud somewhere, or are we storing them?
They're stored on the web. There's a storage cost associated with it, I saw.
It's the $500
Oh,
a
is that the
month.
500?
Yeah, that's the $500 a month. It doesn't start until we actually link the files. We don't expect that to happen until 2016. By the time all the files are scanned, they'll, be, linked to SmartWebs. That charge will take effect then. And that is, that takes care of like 1 terabyte, which is apparently 1,000 gigabytes.
Yeah, no, if it's going to hold all that for 500,
Yeah.
that's cheap.
And they haven't put a cap on cloud storage for us right now. They've actually, they've increased their infrastructure to accommodate this project. So we feel pretty comfortable that we're not going to run into any issues there.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Lucinda?
Thanks for working on this and putting it all together. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Julie?
Couple questions. The $500, that monthly storage charge, so that never goes away?
No, because that's for the historical data, the 45 years worth of records that we're scanning and storing. It's for the storage and retrieval of the files at any given time, 24/7.
And Once we've digitized them from paper, and I understand that we've got access to them, those files in a cloud, are we also given an archival copy, digitized on, storage media that we retain, that would be put in some kind of
Disaster recovery.
a vault, or,
Well, I mean, we can retain the paper copies if we decide we want to.
It's the electronic, it's an electronic,
We
it's
can
like
get a
backup.
CD. If we wanted to take a CD, they can provide that for us if we ask that.
I would think that we should have some kind of backup to our paper and not just rely
Or at
on
least
what's in the
understand what
cloud.
their disaster protocol is,
Okay.
right? If their main thing goes down, they're backing up daily or.
Yeah, they will provide that for us if we ask for it.
I would
Anything else,
recommend that.
Julie?
No, I would say let's accelerate. How quickly can we move 2017 into 2016?
I just want to just speak to that because I know over the last couple of days, there's been some, I've seen a comment to, can we accelerate or can we space it out to take longer just so that we can space out the cost?
Right.
So that is really all dependent on what the board decides to do. They will work with us, MPLE will work with it. They're very anxious, obviously, to get the work, but they will work with us, in terms of how we want to schedule out the project. If we want to do 2 boxes a week or 10 boxes a week, they can, put shifts in place that can go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So they can get the project done as quickly or as slowly as we want to get it done. So it's really up to how we want to tackle it. They will put the resources in place that we need to do it. But they also understand that we may need to phase it out for, cash flow reasons.
Another question then, as we change those files, paper files, into digital files, can we address, does it make a difference on how much space we rent?
Yes. And I will look at that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No questions. Wonderful. I vote yes. Next.
Counselor?
I do have a question this time. With smart webs, you said that they're responsive and that they'll make tweaks to the software for your purposes. Are those tweaks included or are they in excess of the prices you've quoted?
No, the tweaks are included. They will submit requests to them for what we, are looking at. And, obviously, if it's something that will require, a huge amount of, software implementation or, that will require, long hours of IT support, they may charge us, IT per hour. But for the most part, everything that we've received in terms of feedback, like for example, I didn't mention this, but staff did a site visit locally to the Broadlands so that we could observe the system in play. And one of the things that they told us was that in the beginning, when they were going through the implementation, there were several things that they wanted to have customized, and they weren't really sure in the beginning what those items might be. And the SmartWeb's representatives were very quick and very responsive to just implement any change that they wanted. They weren't charged any extra for any of those changes. And again, this is a fairly large project for them. It's not, it's not their biggest project, but it's pretty large in the scope of things. So they're very willing to make any substantial changes at no extra charge. Here's
Ray.
smiling. I don't know why he's.
Well, as tempted as I am to keep Ken another 20 minutes with a filibuster, please, I have too much respect for everybody else. This is not really up my alley. I trust you with everything on this, Kate. I'm sure you'll do a good job with it. We obviously need to do this.
Absolutely.
So as far as costs and everything else, I trust you all on that.
Thank you. Ken?
Yeah, I think it's just a reminder, this was approved 3 boards ago. We're just basically rearranging the deck chairs in terms of moving the dollars to the appropriate area now that we're dealing with a cloud-based solution. And I think we all recognize the power of eliminating that. The productivity and the savings will pay for this in no time. Julie and I are in the business, so one thing that is working well in the industries and all the verticals is document management, and getting that to that place is critical. It doesn't matter which vendor you're dealing with, your savings pay for it in no time.
Thank you. Eve?
I guess I think it would be great to, as we go forward, to track metrics on staff time. Yeah, cost saving, because I think that's part of how we will need to articulate that $4,500 expense going forward. And I do think looking at being able to reduce the office space, the rented office space is,
Another benefit.
well, I think we should at least look at it. I mean, 2,600 square feet is a lot of damn space. It's like, wow. So, but yeah, all for it. Let's go.
I had one additional point, because it would be the standard metric. Gartner, which is the vendor, and if you were looking at...
Gartner James?
No, Gartner. Basically, the entity that tells both buyers and sellers, who are the preferred vendors who do the best. So Gartner is sort of like the trademark entity you go to when you're researching vendors, what have you. And an interesting stat, they claim that companies spend $20 in labor to file a document. They've spent $120 in labor to find a misfiled document. And they spend $220 in average in labor to reproduce a lost document. So those are the metrics that you can go against, and those are standards. So right away, if you're looking at 40 people doing it roughly here in the company, the cost to you, based on the Gartner stats, the cost to Reston Association right now with a non-electronic system is about $250,000 to $300,000 a year you're spending, wasting, in terms of wasted labor hours.
Great, that's why I say accelerate.
Thank you very much.
Yes, get this done now.
Yeah.
Mike?
Only question I have, I think I didn't hear it. What happens to the paper records? What are we going to do with those?
They will go with MBLE.
Get them to a safe place.
They will secure those documents for us, either there, or if we have some historical documents that we want to put in the George Mason University Historical Archives, Planned Community Archives, we can do that as well. There's some plats that have some history that we would like to make sure they're preserved for others, but we'll make that judgment a little bit down the road. Right now, we just want to get these secured and in a safe place.
Absolutely.
But long-term plan is not to keep all the paper documents, but to keep a secured archive copy of the electronic file somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anna, Melissa, Kate? I know you've spent an inordinate amount of time on this project, and I certainly want to compliment you and thank you so much. I think it will be a cost saver, cost effective, and I think it will certainly be a morale builder with your Covenant staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So are we ready to call the question? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Motion passed. We're down to, thank you so much for staying late. Yeah. We really appreciate it. Let's give them a round of applause. Item I, prioritizing member, committee, and staff 2016-2017 budget suggestions. While it is the duty of the Chief Executive Officer to develop and deliver the biennial budget proposal to the Board of Directors for consideration, it is important for the CEO to first know the board and community's priorities. I don't think we need to go through all of this, and why don't we, Kate, you have the floor.
Okay. So we received, I put before you tonight, just for your consumption, we haven't made this public yet. It definitely will be put up on the association's website by tomorrow. But what you have before you are approximately 206 suggestions and/or comments that we received from either either members directly, staff, or committees. So what we've done with the document is organized it in a fashion so that it fits with our new strategic plan in the different areas of focus there. A lot of the comments we received as a result of the district meetings that we held when we asked people to tell us what mattered most to them, where they wanted their dollars spent. Some of it came through the website, some of it came through direct emails. I'm not asking you to do anything with it tonight except hold on to it and look at it at your leisure. What I would like to do tonight is propose a way to look at this information. And what I'd like to do is bring back together the Strategic Plan All-Stars, which would be this board of directors, senior leadership team, and all of our committee chairs and vice chairs to join us in a work session to help us prioritize. This is the first time that this board would have included the kind of more of a broader group to help prioritize budget priorities for a particular biennial budget development period. Typically, it's done internally by staff, showing it to the board, and if you remember the last round that we did, asking you to, on your own, tell us what mattered most to you. And what I think I've learned from you over the past year and a half is you really do value many voices. You've gotten many voices who've put in suggestions into this document. We've tried to organize it based on actual suggestions, multiple suggestions of the same thing, or just sheer comments. There wasn't necessarily a budget impact, but just comments that members had. What I'd like to do is hold a work session on either Monday, June the 22nd, or Monday, June the 29th. What I'd like to do is to bring all of the groups together that I said, have a breakout session, probably groups of 5. Those groups of 5 will receive this, or all the participants will receive this ahead of time, so they've got time to think about it, take the time in their mind to review what matters most to them that should be included in the 16-17 budget, report out on it as a team, and then all of us together decide what do we want to make sure gets included in the 2016-17 budgets. Operating, capital, new capital, asset acquisition. That is my proposal. That's my proposal.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
And we, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes. Nope.
Move to approve the CEO's proposed agenda for a special work session with the RA Board, Senior Leadership Team, and Committee and Design Review Board chairs/vice chairs to prioritize the 2016-2017 budget suggestions.
Second.
I guess we need.
Date in there?
Yeah. They can vote and then I can ask which date.
Okay. We need further discussion? And I guess we have to decide on the date as well, right?
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And I think we have to decide on a date. I think the choices were the 22nd or the 29th of June. Yes.
My birthday is June 29th, so if it would be possible.
Okay,
I would not want
party.
to, I like you guys, but I don't want to spend it talking about budget items. I'm just throwing it out there. The date 5-0,
Yeah.
so,
Okay. So the 22nd is not good for the birthday person?
no, the 22nd
22nd
is
is good.
Oh, 22nd is good, the
One would be the
29th is not
22nd.
good, right?
right,
Okay.
29 is bad.
Okay. Anyone else?
Just send an invite.
So, I guess it's the 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I will send an invite out to all the participants tomorrow morning. And make sure they've got a copy of this document, so they can start looking through and getting ready.
Okay.
So Monday, the 22nd of June.
22nd of June, Monday, 22nd. All right, any more business for the organizations?
Move to adjourn.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Who gave the second?
Danielle did.
Danielle. Do we need discussion?
Did we,
What?
I don't think we ever moved the executive session motion.
Yes.
We did?
We did, yeah, we did, thank you.
Yeah.
But thank you for
Like
keeping me
that.
on. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Board members, you've been wonderful tonight.
Take the vote.
To get out of,
All in favor?
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay. But thank you so much for your time. I know we ran a little over, but we covered